What do you do with the Bitcoin besides it just gather value?
Real estate developers in New York City, they're not buying the real estate because they want to live in it.
But like, most of the people who are buying assets at some point want to sell the assets at a profit.
That use fiat currency as a store of value, we call them poor. We call them poor. People that use fiat currency, we call them poor. We call them poor. We call them poor. We call them poor. There's a name for them. We call them poor. We call them poor. Okay? Right? Like, the point is, if you have the superior asset, it's going up forever, Laura. Forever.
Right, but we can all look Bitcoin sort of as
forever, Laura. People that use fiat currency as a store of value, we call them poor. We call them poor. People that use fiat currency, we call them poor. We call them poor. We call them poor. We call them poor. There's a name for them. We call them poor. 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 Okay?
Yo, what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking. All right, so shout out to everybody who is in the building early. It is good to see each and every one of you. If you guys can hear me okay, please give me a thumbs up or a radiation emoji in the chat. If you cannot hear or see for whatever reason, please give me a thumbs down or angry face. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to shout out everybody in the building early. All right. Shout out to everybody who's in the building early. All right. Shout out to Karen Dorsey. What's good with it, Karen? Good to see you as always. Shout out to my man, Carlton Way. Shout out to Mod Extraordinaire, Brooklyn Queen. Make sure y'all do what she says right there. Shout out to my man, Emperor Rex. Shout out to Dre D. What's good with it, bro? And shout out to everyone who has not spoken yet. Shout out to y'all, man. Hopefully everybody is having a great Saturday. All right. If you have looked at the markets today and you got a little bit of liquidity, it's probably a good Saturday for you. So shout out to the people in the Discord. We talked about it. We got the challenge going, right? We got the challenge going. Who can double their portfolio in February? All right. It's only 28 days this February, right? I think that that's a realistic goal. If you guys think that that's a realistic goal, give me a thumbs up. If you do not think that that's a realistic goal, then give me a thumbs down. And I'll show you how to do that there. Show you how to do that there. I'll show you how to do that there. All right. So this is going to be a long stream. We got a lot of stuff to talk about, man. And we're going to be live tonight at the usual time. And there might be a stream in between that. All right. First order of business. I think the token is called OCX. Is that what it's called? Or is it called OCN? This token called OCX, if I'm not mistaken, has had very, very impressive returns. How many people have seen it? I think we talked about it in the Discord, or some people might have talked about it. If you guys have seen that token, give me a thumbs up. If you guys have not seen that token, give me a thumbs down. Might not be a bad idea to pay attention to. We definitely going to be paying attention to it. All right. We definitely are going to be paying attention to it. All right. So what we're going to do today, right, is we are going to talk about the Bitcoin Battleground, because the Bitcoin Battleground is indeed popping off as we speak. You're just not really seeing it reflect in the Bitcoin price. Never worry about price. Only worry about accumulation. Only worry about price as you're accumulating to try to get the best price. Only worry about your accumulation numbers. Remember, these are assets that are appreciating against the dollar depreciating. The market is volatile. What you want to pay attention to is the nominal amount of assets that you have. All right. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Let me ask you guys this question. Now it's just not people nickel and diming. It's not just people buying Bitcoin here and there. Now you have people buying massive chunks of Bitcoin at every time they have an opportunity to do so. How is the price not all over the place? How's the price not all over the place? I'll tell you how you know something is weird. There's literally a story of multiple entities buying billions of dollars of Bitcoin every single day. Yet the price doesn't Omega candle. The price doesn't God candle. However, the price has stayed for the most part above $95,000. What that means is that we have a ceiling floor. All right. The ceiling floor currently, for the most part, for Bitcoin, I would go as far as to say is about $100,000. The ceiling and the floor, for the most part, are on the same lines. For some reason, there's something keeping it from going above $102,000, $103,000, and there's also something weird keeping it from going below $102,000. If you ask me, that could be a multitude of things, But mathematically, what makes sense is that the demand supply ratio are at a 1-to-1, and it's basically a push-pull thing, which is interesting because since that's taking place, it kind of flatlines, quote unquote, the perceived volatility, which is what we're seeing. We're seeing a stabilization. If you ask me, when it comes to a stabilization of Bitcoin, what that means is that supply is equal to demand. The buyers are equal to the sellers. There's just as many people who want to make a profit off of it, who want to catch it on the low, which because there's such a demand for the low, it's pushing the low high, which is how you have a ceiling floor. You know what I'm saying? That's the current situation that we may be possibly looking at. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to talk about how the United States got spanked. All right. Now, shout out to, people who are into these type of things, right? If you are into these type of things, if you're into stock, it probably wasn't a bad day for you because you were able to go and pick something up. You know what I'm saying? You were able to go pick something up. DeepSeek has people shook, and it shook NVIDIA down nearly 17%. How many people picked up some NVIDIA when it was down 17%? If you guys did, give me a thumbs up. If you did not, give me a thumbs down. Now, let me ask you guys, where can you get NVIDIA? You can get NVIDIA at a local Cash App, right? Where else can you get it? We also going to talk about some U.S. politicians in an interesting way, right? Now, if Chinese AI technology called DeepSeek came out and spanked U.S. tech companies and caused this situation in the market, my question for you guys is, how do you think that the United States is going to react to that situation? What is the United States going to do to try to stop this situation? What is the United States going to do to try to make this situation not occur again? What are they going to do? You have to anticipate these kind of things. You have to be constantly looking at this information and constantly analyze what's going to happen next. Who's going to do what? Why are they going to do what? What is the effect on what they might or might do? What's the most likely situation that would occur? All right. Let me ask you guys this. Here, we'll ask an easy question. Do you guys think that Donald Trump is happy about this? If you guys think that Donald Trump is happy about this, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't think that Donald Trump is happy about this, give me a thumbs down. I bet you he's very neon orange in regards to this situation. I wouldn't be surprised if he was very neon orange. You'd be like, yo, let me use one of your fingers so I can highlight this little paragraph right here. You know what I'm saying? Tech stocks tank as a Chinese competitor threatens to upend the AI frenzy. NVIDIA sinks nearly 17%. Why did NVIDIA sink as a result of this? How many people have tried out DeepSeek? If I'm not mistaken, you can actually get DeepSeek for your devices. You can get it on your computer. You can get it on your phone. How many people have tried it out to see how good it works? One thing that people might want to start doing is start trying out and getting familiar with these AI models because they're not going anywhere. You will go somewhere before the AI does. So I would get familiar. You know what I'm saying? Wall Street's superstars tumbled Monday as a competitor from China threatens to upend the artificial intelligence frenzy that they've been feasting on. All right. The S&P 500 dropped 1.5%, dragged down in large part by a 16.9% fall for NVIDIA. Other big tech stocks also took heavy losses as they pulled the NASDAQ composite down 3.1% for its worst loss in more than a month. All right. So now, again, this is one of the beauties of being a cryptocurrency investor first and, just a marginal stock investor, right? The reason why is because for the most part, this is nothing for us. You know what I'm saying? You wake up and you shook because of a 3% loss in your portfolio. Grow a set. Grow a set. That got you shook. That got you clearing your portfolio out. That got you buying bonds. Grow a set of nuts. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. I would agree 100%. Brooklyn Queen says the U.S. is going to rush to catch up. That's facts. Now, what is the United States going to try to do in order to rush to catch up? They've got to do something, right? So how are they going to speed things up? Let me know what you guys think. The damage was focused on AI-related stocks, while the rest of the market held up much better, which is one of the reasons why, this is proof right here, diversification is not a bad thing, okay? Diversification is not a bad thing. Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit the bell. All right. Also, if you haven't shared the stream, take a moment, share the stream to your social media. The Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 289 points or 0.7%, and the majority of U.S. stocks climbed. But anyone holding an S&P 500 index fund, which are found in many 401k accounts, felt the pain because of how influential those tech giants have become on indexes. And again, diversification, right? If these big tech companies take up a large portion of the capital that's wrapped up in the S&P 500 on a weighted average basis, if something happens to those stocks, it's going to really heavily impact your portfolio, right? It's going to really heavily impact your portfolio. The shock to financial markets came from China, where a company called DeepSeek unveiled a large language model that can compete with U.S. giants, but at potentially a fraction of the cost. All right. DeepSeek had already hit the top of the chart for free apps on Apple's App Store by Monday morning, and analysts said such a feat would be particularly impressive given how the U.S. government has restricted Chinese access to top AI chips. You mean to tell me, wait a minute, hold on. You mean to tell me that free speech, free enterprise, free capital, free America actually tried to unfairly quash competition? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Are you trying to tell me the freedom people? Are you trying to tell me the capitalists? Are you trying to tell me the elbow grease? Are you trying to tell me the hard work people are playing unfair? Is that what's happening? Let's ask this question. Why is the U.S. government restricting Chinese access to top AI chips? Probably because something like this might happen, right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Karen for helping your boy meet the goal. We only need 4 more of them. We only need 4 more of them. Shout out to y'all, man. I appreciate you guys. If you all have not smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys have not hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. And make sure that you guys tell Karen, thank you for buying you lunch. It's actually noon right now. She actually truly bought you lunch.
In Springfield,
don't push me, ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the... Said it was some Haitians somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels.
Have you seen Garfield?
Have you seen Snowball? It's about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is coughing up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you take my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit. Said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there. It's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing in the where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he clicked with that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And then got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat. They're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. Eat the cat.
Drop that cat.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Shout out to my man, Win Loser Rug. What's good with it, bro? Now, let me ask you guys this question. And this is a question that we got to find an answer to. We might not have it today, but we got to find an answer at some point. How can we invest in DeepSeek? That's the question. We got to figure that out. From what I understand, it was a quote unquote hedge fund, either a hedge fund that invested in DeepSeek, right? Or it was a hedge fund that developed DeepSeek. But whatever company is associated with DeepSeek, we got to get our hands on that. We got to get our hands on that. And we got to get our hands on any company that decides to utilize and build on DeepSeek, because DeepSeek is going to take it there. DeepSeek is going to take it there. So we got to figure out how to get our hands on it. You know what I'm saying? Skepticism, though, remains about how much DeepSeek's announcement will ultimately shake the economy that's built around the AI industry, from the chip maker making semiconductors to the utility hoping to electrify vast data centers, gobbling up computing power. All right. It remains to be seen if DeepSeek found a way to work around these chip restriction rules and what chips they ultimately used, as there will be many skeptics around this issue, given the information is coming from China, according to Dan Ives, an analyst. We got to start paying attention to what Wedbush Securities is saying. Now, speaking of content, right, as far as like we got to pay attention to what quote unquote Wedbush Security is saying. How many of you all would like to start actually doing streams discussing a lot of these printouts and booklets and pamphlets and brochures that these large investment firms come out with as far as their investment recommendations? If that's something that you all would be interested in, give me a thumbs up. If it is not something that you would be interested in, then give me a thumbs down. All right. DeepSeek's disruption nevertheless rocked AI-related stocks worldwide. And this is what I was saying. You guys remember when I was saying DeepSeek is a disruptive technology. Disruptive technologies are paramount to profit increasing, revenue, and capital gains. If you guys would agree, shout out to my man Reaper. Like Reaper says, thumbs that thing up. If y'all disagree, thumbs that thing down. All right. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen, man. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. We are 2 out of 5. Yeah, that's what's good, man. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. I appreciate it, Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen says, watching these BRICS countries bully the bully and make them scramble is humorous, to say the least. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Let's throw a little money their way. Since the United States don't want to throw a little money our way, let's throw a little money their way and see what it do, right? See what it do. Not sit there like a speculator, like a spectator on the sideline and say, oh, look what they doing. Nah, I'm trying to be a part of what they doing. Matter of fact, I don't care. I'm trying to be a part of what everybody is doing so that everybody can make me rich. And I could really honestly care less if they, whatever happens to them both, as long as my wallet's looking right. You know what I'm saying? Right? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. I agree 100%. And that's one of the reasons why this stuff is so important to pay attention to. To me, if you're paying attention to BRICS and you're not paying attention to BRICS to figure out what foreign investments or what American investments you need to target, my question for you is, what are you getting out of it? Why are you looking at it? And that's the reason why when we talk about these things, I always ask people, I don't understand the BRICS angle. You guys know my BRICS angle, but I don't present the content as quote unquote BRICS. I don't do that, right? Because to me, the only thing that's relevant about it is how you can financially insulate yourself. So we talk about it in terms of financial insulation for us. You know what I'm saying? Not cheering on the other team, because we got our own team over here, right? And the only thing we cheer on is our own team. You know what I'm saying? We got points on the board. We trying to get more points on the board. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat. Karen Dorsey got the first round of appetizers. Main course coming up.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the marching dimes.
In Springfield,
Don't push me, ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the... Said it was some Haitians, somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels.
Have you seen Garfield?
keep the cat.
Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is coughing up like a hairball.
Keep the cat.
I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter.
Feeding the dog.
Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit.
They're eating the cat. Keep the cat.
Is It's a shame, it's a pity. Thought overseas where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing in the where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took when that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And they got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat.
Drop that cat.
Eat that cat is hilarious. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Mr. King. What's good with it, bro? So now I got a question for you guys. As far as quote unquote NVIDIA goes, right? What do you all think is the likelihood that the United States will let NVIDIA fail? Is that highly likely or not very likely? Why am I asking that? I'm asking that to ask this. If you're not able to get your hands on some DeepSeek, grabbing up a competitor might not be a bad idea, right? So when it comes to checking out NVIDIA, basic rules probably would make sense. You're not really trying to buy these things on the good days. You're trying to buy these things on the tragic days, right? So on a situation like this where U.S. tech companies get spanked by some other country and the other country's technology, right? And it causes a shift in American markets when you see a 17% decrease, when you see a 20% decrease in a company that you know that the United States is invested in keeping afloat, might not be a bad idea to grab you up a little bit. Might not be a bad idea, right? Now, here's my question. If somebody were interested in doing something like that, how would they do it? Where would they do it? You got to make these things easy, right? So say, for instance, you happen to read or you happen to watch a live stream. You say, oh, man, I've seen a lot of people make a lot of money on NVIDIA. And look at that. There's a discount on it today. Where can I get some at? How can I get some? What's the easiest way to get you some NVIDIA if you happen to be interested? Let me know in the chat. So now here it says in Amsterdam, Dutch chip making equipment company ASML slid 7%. In Tokyo, Japan's SoftBank Group Corporation lost 8.3% to pull it closer to where it was before leaping on an announcement trumpeted by the White House that it was joining a partnership to invest up to $500 billion in AI infrastructure. Now, if, you know, the United States government is investing $500 billion in these companies, they really are not going to be sitting there letting China come out with stuff like DeepSeek, right? So what would that tell people? Shout out to Karen Dorsey. Shout out to Carlton Way. Facts. You can get it on Robinhood, right? You can get it on Cash App, Charles Schwab, other exchanges. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen, Cash App, Robinhood, E-Trade. Facts. Facts. All right. So, and then you can set the price notifications, right? Set the price notification every time you buy on a dip. Set the price notification for 10% higher than you bought it. Don't never look at your money until you see those price notifications go off. Okay. And on Wall Street, Constellation Energy lost more than a fifth of its value. Woo! 20.8%. The company has said it would restart the shuttered 3 Mile Island nuclear power plant to supply power for data centers for Microsoft. What's this company called? We about to keep an eye on this one. They lost 20.8%. Constellation Energy. That's on Wall Street, so it should be listed. Now, again, check this out, right? A 20% loss. This is scaring and shaking stock investors out of the market. 20% loss. Let me ask you guys this question. How many of you all see something on your cryptocurrency wallet that has a 20% loss every single day? Every time you turn on your app, whatever you use, Coinbase, Robinhood, Crypto.com. I would not doubt that every time you open up your cryptocurrency wallet, you probably see a 20% loss somewhere. How many people have gotten shook as a result of that? If you've gotten shook as a result of that, give me a thumbs down. If you're looking at that like you're shook because of that, throw some laughing emoji in the chat. Like I said, grow a set. You know what I'm saying? These stock investors, these non-crypto investors are fickle. You know what I'm saying? They don't have the spinal fortitude for the volatility that we deal with, that we've known and become comfortable with, right? It scares them. They scary. You know what I'm saying? All the worries send investors towards bonds. Didn't I tell you earlier? I said what they do, sell all their stock and buy bonds? Of course, they sold all their stocks and bought bonds. So they threw out all of their assets that could possibly outpace inflation to buy assets that are guaranteed to not outpace inflation. What kind of logic is that? What kind of logic is that? Somebody make it make sense. Oh, let me get rid of this stuff. I got to go give me some bonds. I'm going to sell my stock on a loss. Why would you do it? Instead of using that money to buy some bonds, they should have held the stock and bought more stock while it was down. You know what I'm saying? Which can be safer investments than any stock. How can a bond be a safer investment than any? How can a bond be a safer investment when the only thing guaranteed with a bond is that a bond is not going to outpace inflation? How? you might risk making profits. You know what I'm saying? The rush pushed the yield for 10-year treasury down to 4.52% from 4.62% late Friday. I mean, it just, you know what I'm saying? Like the bond market just is not for me. It's just not for me. You know what I'm saying? It's a sharp turnaround for the AI winners, which had soared in recent years on hopes that all the investment pouring in would remake the global economy and deliver gargantuan profits along the way. Such stellar performances also raised criticisms that their stock prices had gone too far, too fast. And if you ask me, yeah, a lot of these artificial intelligence companies have been riding on a bubble, because you got to ask the question, what have they produced that's changed the world thus far? Here's my question for you guys. What have any of these AI companies done that has outshined DeepSeek? Now, mind you, Chat GPT-3 and all the GPT series, those are very impressive. There's a lot of impressive AI technology. However, has any of it had the impact on the market and directly on the other companies that DeepSeek has had? No. If you ask me, it hasn't. Shout out to We Next. DSB, what's good with you, bro? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. What's good with it, bro? All right. So now here it says, before Monday's drop, which was its worst since C19's crash, NVIDIA stock had soared from less than $20 to more than $140 in less than 2 years, for example. Let me ask you guys this question. What's the current price of NVIDIA stock? Somebody let me know in the chat what the current price of NVIDIA stock is. All right. And shout out to Black Free Thinker for being a mod extraordinaire. Absolutely. If you're not subscribed over there to that link that Black Free Thinker put in the chat, please take a moment, hit the bell on that link. You know what I'm saying? Hit the like over there. All right. It was just on Friday that Meta Platform CEO Mark Zuckerberg was saying he expects his company to invest up to $65 billion this year as it grows its AI team significantly, while taking up a data center in Louisiana that will be so large it could cover a significant part of Manhattan. Let me ask you guys this question. How many people think that these would be good investments? Investing in data centers, investing in companies that power data centers, investing in component parts that are used to build data centers and to build the components that run the AI. If you guys think that those will be good investments, give me a thumbs up. If you do not think that those will be good investments, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Carlton. NVIDIA is $120.07. No offense, I'd rather buy 2 Solana. Call me biased. Call me biased. If somebody said you got a choice, you can buy 2 NVIDIA stocks or you can buy 2 Solanas. I'm taking the Solana. You know what I'm saying? I would even take 0.00027 of a Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? But again, I'm biased. You know what I'm saying? I'm heavily biased. A small group of 7 such companies has become so dominant that they alone counted for more than half the S&P 500's total return last year. Now, these are the Magnificent 7 companies, right? How many people know who are a part of the Magnificent 7? You know how we got the Perpetual 21, hashtag Perpetual 21. We got the 21 right here, right? We got to get that 21 million like Bitcoin. Who are the Perpetual 7? According to the S&P Dow Jones indices, they include, here they go right here. So actually, you know, we should actually look at all these Magnificent 7 companies and see how they perform against crypto, right? So we got Alphabet, jot them down, Alphabet. We got Amazon. We got Apple. We got Meta. We got anti-Bitcoin Microsoft. We got Nvidia. And we got pro-Bitcoin Tesla. If I start investing in some of these companies, I can guarantee you when it comes to Microsoft, that'll be the one that I have the very least of. Because I don't mess with companies that diss Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? I don't mess with companies that diss Bitcoin. And Microsoft dissed Bitcoin. Honestly, I think Amazon dissed Bitcoin too. So I don't know how much Amazon I'm gonna be holding. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how much Amazon I'm be holding. Now, I know Tesla got a lot of Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a big fan of Elon Musk, but I am a big fan of Bitcoin. So I'm you know, companies that hold Bitcoin, those definitely the companies that's prioritized for me as far as my investment strategies go. Shout out to John Guillory. So Constellation Energy Group that took a big hit and is now 20% less is on the NASDAQ. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said it would be funny if that was Microsoft's actual name. It is their actual name. They are anti-Bitcoin. They only listened to Michael Saylor for 3 minutes and then turned around and decided to not buy Bitcoin after literally seeing Bitcoin blow up you know what I'm saying, a stock price to astronomical levels. It's ridiculous. Shout out to John Guillory. You guys see that? Stock ticker CEG. So pay attention to CEG. We need news about CEG. All right. Their immense sizes give them huge sway over the S&P 500 and other indexes, which give more weight to bigger companies. So again, what you got to understand is that when you look at the S&P 500, for the most part, there's a small amount of companies that take up a large volume. So with this is another situation where the 80-20 rule for the most part applies, right? That's why many 401k holders felt the pain of Nvidia's drop, even if they didn't know they owned Nvidia, which is wild to not know what you own. So long as they owned a fund that tracks the S&P 500. This is what happens when you let human resources at your job take care of your future. You know what I'm saying? All told, the S&P 500 fell 88.96 points to 6,012.28. The NASDAQ composite dropped from 612.47 to 19,341.83. And the Dow Jones, which I don't know if that's a drop. Oh, never mind. It fell that many points. Okay, I got it. It fell that many points to that amount. I see. My bad. And the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 289 points to 44,713.58. Brian Jacobson, chief economist with Annex Wealth Management, suggested not overreacting to Monday's sharp swings. I mean, not just not overreacting, but buying the swings. Buy the damn swing. Now, let me ask you guys, this is the difference between cryptocurrency investors and these traditional stock investors, right? Let me ask you guys this question. Had you seen Bitcoin take a dip like that, would you have sold all your Bitcoin? How many people would have sold all their Bitcoin if they saw Bitcoin take a 20% dip? cryptocurrency investors would have pushed the price right back up because everybody would have bought all that Bitcoin. No one would have let that Bitcoin sit there. It'd have been gone instantly. You know what I'm saying? Everybody would have bought. Michael Saylor would have bought 100,000 Bitcoin that day. We would have bought our little decimal points of Bitcoin that day. No, everybody would have bought. BlackRock would have bought 1 million Bitcoin that day. Fidelity would have bought 5 million Bitcoin that day. MicroStrategies would have turned around 6 hours later and bought another 300,000 Bitcoin. El Salvador would have bought 2. Was that the Meta Planet in Japan? They would have bought 1,000. Everybody would have bought. And people would have been putting a little money together on Cash App. If they had bought some food for somebody at their job, they'd have flipped their Cash App money to Bitcoin and bought some. Everybody would have bought. There's not anybody that wouldn't have bought. Big buyers and small buyers. Everybody would have bought. And the news would have came out, and the news would have talked about how bad cryptocurrency did that day, and everybody would have put down the article immediately after they read the headline and went and tried to see, well, did I miss it? Is it still down? Did it go down lower? Is it back up? shout out to Carl. You caught that? El Salvador would have bought 2 Bitcoin. Right, they would have bought 2 Bitcoins. You know what I'm saying? That's hilarious. So now here it says, it is possible that the news out of China could be overstated, and then we could see a reversal of the recent market moves, Jacobson said. It is also possible that the news is true, but then what would present new investment opportunities? Right. More swings may be up ahead. Apple, Meta Platforms, Microsoft, and Tesla are all on the schedule this upcoming week to report how much profit they made at the end of 2024. The pressure is on companies to keep delivering strong profits, particularly after a recent jump in treasury yields. When bonds are paying more in interest, they put a downward pressure on stock prices. Yields have been on the rise amid a solid U.S. economy and worries about possibly higher inflation coming from tariffs and other policies favored by President Donald Trump. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I think Trump had threatened to put some tariffs on Canada and threatened to put some tariffs on Mexico this week. Is that correct? If that's correct, give me a thumbs up. If it's not correct, give me a thumbs down. Did that happen yet? So far, big U.S. companies have been reporting better results than analysts expected. And that one of the reasons is because more than likely they're probably playing around with their accounting, but that's neither here nor there. AT&T became the latest on Monday, and its stock rose 6.3%. Now, you know, sometimes you just got to ask yourself, what has AT&T done to where their stock would raise up at all? What has AT&T done with where their stock would raise up at all? In stock markets abroad, movements for broad indexes across Europe and Asia weren't as forceful as for the big U.S. tech stocks. Stocks edged 0.1% lower in Shanghai after a survey of manufacturers showed export orders in China dropping to a 5-month low. All right. So again, this is what I want you guys to see, these small little things that happen, right? Just, you know, China releasing this DeepSeek AI model, right? It's got people shook. Now, you guys know, I like this channel here, this geopolitical channel. Hold on real quick. This channel called Geopolitical Economy Report. If people don't watch that channel, I think it's a really good channel that people should watch. It's basically like a geopolitical channel that talks about a broad array of geopolitical issues, mainly based on like U.S. interaction on the geopolitical stage for the most part. And he dropped a video for the most part about this situation with DeepSeek. All right. And what's interesting about it is that this video really exposes the United States. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. I appreciate you, bro. This video really exposes the United States. Now, here's the thing, right? We already know about the exposure of the United States. So we're not going to sit there and say, ooh, 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 look what they do. Ooh, 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 look what they do. We're not going to do that, right? This is what we're going to do. not only are we going to be interested in and do what we can to be able to get returns from the companies and the countries that are challenging the United States, but we are also going to play both sides, and we're going to get the benefit of being investors in what the United States is doing, so that if they win the race, we benefit off of it too. And then everybody can say, ooh, look what they're doing over there. You know what I'm saying? So let's talk about these people, right? Anybody recognize this guy on the screen? Who is this right here? Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug, bro. Facts. You know what I'm saying? This is it right here. This is hitting the targets. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, we're gonna hit those targets. We're gonna hit that goal at the end of the year. We're gonna hit that goal at the end of the month. Shout out to John Guillory, Peter Thiel. Now, let me ask you this question. How is Peter Thiel related to the current administration? Now, see what we're doing right here? Oh, look at that. Look at that. The value chain translates into politics, right? So when I tell you that politics is a vehicle to facilitate cash flow to particular individuals through business entities, creating a pathway for lucrative cash flow, is that true or is that false? I want you to listen to what this MAGA, All-American, Trumpite said. And I want to ask you this question. Does this sound like American values? According to what America says the values are here? Let's listen.
If you're starting a company, if you're the founder, entrepreneur starting a company, you always want to aim for monopoly. And
now let me ask you guys this question. Did the founders of the United States Corporation of America aim for a monopoly? I think they aimed for a monopoly and they got it. So interestingly, right, although they say the values of America are free market, free economy, hard work, yada, 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 I would go as far as to say this is actually consistent with the material American values that we see. Take over, make it so that people can't use the methods that you used to take over what you took over. I don't care about it. I don't care, right? Everybody else is, look what they did. They're not fair. Look what they did. They're not fair. Nah, we about to build layer 2 solutions on top of what they did. We're going to do it and do it worse. We're not playing the pointing, look what they did game anymore. We're playing the, okay, you did Ethereum. We about to build a layer 2 on top of it.
if you're starting a company, if you're the founder, entrepreneur starting a company, you always want to aim for monopoly. And you want to always avoid competition. And so hence competition is for losers.
Really? That my. Now, mind you, this is the guy that's friends with your boy JD Vance. This is JD Vance's homeboy right here. Right? This is JD Vance's homeboy right here, right? This don't sound very American. This don't sound very Trump-like. This don't sound very frontierish-like. Or does it? If you ask me, actually it does. It just sounds like the part that they don't say out loud. The part that they say out loud is a completely different bill of goods. This is the part that they actually act on.
If you're starting a company, if you're the founder, entrepreneur starting a company, you always want to aim for monopoly, and you want to always avoid competition. And so hence competition is for losers. Something we'll be talking about today.
The Chinese company DeepSeek has shaken up the global debate about artificial intelligence. It was assumed for years that the United States was leading the world in the development of AI technology.
Now, listen to, shout out to John, right? John says, interesting. They always say competition is good. Maybe not according to Peter Thiel. I would say maybe one of the reasons why DeepSeek is doing so well is because of their lack of DEI, right? They don't have, for the most part, many of the global minority involved in their company, right? And you know how those minorities do. According to these people, right, all minorities do is just drag everything down. So DeepSeek is a 100%, for the most part, nationalistic Chinese company that doesn't really have the global minority working for it. So that's probably one of the reasons why they easily surpassed the efforts of the global minority. No DEI, right? They're right in line with what Trump and them be saying, right? But what's interesting about it is they don't get their flowers for it. So we giving them their flowers for it today. Throw some flowers in the chat.
And that US big tech corporations based in Silicon Valley would be the leaders of AI. But seemingly out of nowhere, this small Chinese company, DeepSeek.
Look at this. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said the AI engineers at DeepSeek, Congress said the AI engineers at DeepSeek should be here in America. No. I thought that America should produce qualified people, because the qualified guy is the one that's supposed to get the job. What about all those Americans that get passed over but for that job, right? This presents the immigration problem, right? Of course, it's got to be stated, this particular immigration problem isn't the immigration problem that, quote unquote, we deal with, right? But it nonetheless is an immigration problem, right? Because what you'll have here is you'll have American engineers, AI engineers, getting, quote unquote, passed over, right, for engineers who are offshore. However, right, DEI, we got to go to the DEI narrative. If the Chads are not qualified for this, you got to get the most qualified guys. I guess you just got to sweep the floor and scrub the toilet, right? Because you're not qualified, which is one of the reasons why none of them work at those companies in China, which is one of the reasons why China had pure efficiency to be able to easily lap United States companies. And, China, right? Clearly they got some inroads with Trump. You know what I'm saying? We can see all the pictures with Trump and Xi Jinping dapping it up. You know what I'm saying? Giving each other five, chopping it up. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, Xi Jinping like, I don't mess with DEI. You know what I'm saying? Trump like, yeah, screw DEI. And then China lapped the United States, and China ain't messing with DEI. China said DEI means that's enough idiots. You know what I'm saying? So they only hire, for the most part, their own people. Right? Now, I ain't trying to be funny, but that's kind of along the lines of what Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy was talking about. Right? If you guys would agree, that's kind of along the lines of what Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy was talking about. Hey, listen, man. I don't know, man. Maybe Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy was trying to warn people that you're so dumb, DeepSeek will happen. And look, guess what? DeepSeek happened. I don't know, man. What do y'all think? Well, I don't know either. But what I do know is that this is happening. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing that's a for sure. That's a for certain. This is happening. You know what I'm saying?
Published an AI large language model that is even better than the models created by the leading US AI company, OpenAI, which is half owned by Microsoft.
Well, what that means is that the United States just not the qualified guy. That's why competition is for losers, because competition presents volatility. Competition presents risk. Competition presents you're getting exposed that you might be big and bad, but you got a soft chin. Shout out to Carter. Carter said, well, that well. You know what I'm saying? That well. Who we throwing our money at, y'all? Who getting the money? You know what I'm saying? Look like DeepSeek getting the money. Sorry. You know what I'm saying? Jose, can you see which stocks are for me? Should I buy American or should I go with the Chinese? How's that for patriotism? How's that for your patriotism? I'm going to be the biggest patriot I ever been in my life. I'm going to use a US dollar to buy some of this Chinese stock and put it in my Swiss bank account. There go my DEI for you.
And what was even more incredible is that the DeepSeek model requires a tiny fraction of the computing power and the energy used by US AI models. And DeepSeek developed its model for just around $6 million US, while US companies are spending hundreds of billions of dollars per year to develop AI technology. Finally, what was most amazing.
Shout out to my man Win Lose a Rug. Look at this. The scourge of inefficiency. You see how inefficiency can down your business? The scourge. The scourge of inefficiency. Like Agent Smith said, it's the smell. It's the smell. You know what I'm saying? Those stocks are underperforming. The engineers at these companies are underperforming. And the investors sitting there looking at they Charles Schwab and BlackRock accounts doing like this.
You cheated! I'm going to tell on you!
Yeah, all y'all cheat. Somebody just did it better than you this time.
Spending hundreds of billions of dollars per year to develop AI technology. Finally, what was most amazing of all is that DeepSeek released this model open source for free for anyone in the world to use. You can run it on your own computer at home. So in short, it is not an exaggeration to say that this was completely groundbreaking. And it has really scared a lot of big tech corporations.
Shout out to Carlton Wade. Carlton said 6 million. We need Pocket Watching with JT to investigate this scam. Now, you know, Pocket Watching with JT is pro-black, and the only person that he's going to put up on a screen and try to embarrass and show every detail of their life and how anything that they're doing is negative is somebody black. You know this. You know this because you know that's how pro-blacks operate. Pro-blacks operate black first. That's the first thing that we gonna harm as a black person. That's Pocket Watching with JT and cats like that. You know that. You know that. Come on, Carlton. You know that. This YouTube, bro. You know that. I'm just doing this to help the community. Wink, wink. Wink, wink. You know how that shit go. Everybody gonna be mad at me because I've been saying, you know how that shit go. That's Drake's. That's Drake's. You know what I'm saying? I ain't been saying they not like us enough. You know what I'm saying? Blame it on the light skin.
Operations in the United States, because the reality is they don't want competition. This once was admitted openly by the very powerful U.S. tech billionaire Peter Thiel. He published.
So now let me ask you this question, right? You know how people always ask these crazy questions about black people? How can you be pro-black if this? How can you be black? Yada, yada, yada. Let me ask this question. How can you be MAGA if you're anti-competition? How can you be MAGA if you're anti-competition? Here go another question. How can you be American if you're anti-capitalist? Competition is for losers. Man, this is a dude that sits amongst the president and the vice president saying that competition is for losers. Is it? Let me ask you guys this question. How many of y'all agree with this? Competition is for losers. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Here's another question. How come none of these clips came up during the election talking about, you know, Peter Thiel? Because, you know, Peter Thiel, you know, he got a lot of he backed J.D. Vance very heavily with a lot of finance. You know what I'm saying?
An article in the Wall Street Journal back in 2014 titled "Competition is for Losers," and he said that tech corporations want to build a monopoly. He was proud of it.
I have a single idée fixe that I'm completely obsessed with on the business side, which is that if you're starting a company, if you're the founder, entrepreneur starting a company, you always want to aim for monopoly, and you want to always avoid competition. And so, hence, competition is for losers. Something we'll be talking about today.
And by the way, Peter Thiel is very closely linked to U.S. President Donald Trump. He has been a funder of many right-wing Republican politicians. And
we talked about this, right? Now, do you guys see this network model here? This is a network model graph, right? And they even note the network, right? This is the Washington Post right here. Inside the powerful Peter Thiel network that anointed J.D. Vance. So now I want you guys to see. Let me ask you guys this question. Now, with any type of financial initiative that Peter Thiel or any of these people associated with Peter Thiel wants to do you think that Trump's not going to let him do it? Do you think that Trump's not going to let him do it? Or do you think that for the most part, Trump is probably going to let him do it? Let me know what you guys think. And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share this stream to your social media.
And the U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance previously worked for Peter Thiel.
Now, it's interesting how this is not called a conflict of interest, right? Shout out to my man, U-Law. What's good with it, bro? Yeah, shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. If you guys agree with Win, Lose, or Rug, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Win, Lose, or Rug said all those policies are being put into place now. The value chain, the links are almost complete. The value chain is about to form like Voltron. Now, I want to ask you guys this question. Do you all see the importance of forming your own value chain? Forming your own network of millionaires and billionaires, creating your own network of millionaires and billionaires. That's what we're doing. Right? Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Win, Lose, or Rug said they have a monopoly on the White House. Facts. They have a monopoly on the U.S. economy. They have a monopoly on, international commerce. They have a monopoly on everything. Shout out to Neely Fuller Jr. The world is a prison planet. They the guards. This is one of the reasons why. Other people, for whatever reason, seem to act like they just have absolutely no idea how to react to any of this or how to deal with any of it. Maybe they don't. But the problem is that it doesn't seem like there's a effort to figure it out. It's just a lot of pointing and snitching. Look what they did. And, it's not fair. They didn't offer me a job. Make your own job. Shout out to my man Frozen. What's good with it, bro? Frozen said Neely Fuller Jr. was correct in the United States Independent Compensatory Code System concept. Yeah, facts. Absolutely. If you guys agree with Frozen, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Neely Fuller Jr. because Neely Fuller Jr. is the only person. Neely Fuller Jr. and Dr. Claude Anderson are the only people that have come close to doing a quote-unquote system analysis on the United States. And remember, one of the critiques that I had about the old, outdated nonsense that hasn't gotten anybody anywhere, that people still perpetuate or put their own spin on, is that none of these idiots have done a systems analysis. People keep, it's a system. You know what I'm saying? WS white supremacy, it's a system. Okay, if it's a system, where's the system analysis at? What are the nodes? What is the network? How does it move? It's a system. Okay, I got it. It's a system. Again, where's the system analysis at? Because there is a such thing as a system analysis that can be done under network science. I put the links to it in the Discord. For whatever reason, none of these things have surfaced. None of these things have surfaced because the people who just say this stuff facetiously don't know how to do any of it. What does that mean? It's a system. What does that mean? Okay, well, it's not a group of people. It's a system. Now, mind you, right? The same people that say it's not a group of people, it's a system, will tell you to stay away from a group of people. But it's not a group of people. It's a system. So shouldn't we be dealing with the system? Okay, well, how do we deal with the system? There's no instructions except for, shout out to the old intellectuals, right? That the old intellectuals put into place. They're the only ones that came up with any type of anything that looks remotely like a systems guide or a systems analysis. And everybody else just repeats chapter names.
Voting for Trump because we judge the leadership of our country to have failed.
So this is not some fringe billionaire. This is one of the most powerful people in Silicon Valley, admitting openly that they actually don't want competition. They want to have...
Now, we know this, right? And now, again, how many people remember all of those videos that I did talking about Elon Musk and how Elon Musk is trying to, get all of the restrictions put on the Chinese electronic vehicle companies? Why is Elon Musk doing that? Because competition is for losers if you have a way to not compete. So he just run the big daddy, right? And I can't, these people are beating me. These people are oh, don't worry, son. We'll get them together. We'll put some tariffs here and say that they can't use this type of material here, and it'll slow things down. So you'll still be able to make a couple bucks. And nobody says anything about it. Both sides, right? White people and black people, right, are more concerned with stupidity that funny face Elon Musk posts on Twitter than they are with his business incompetency. And yet this incompetent business individual is running an efficiency department at the government. Somebody make it make sense. Let me ask you this question. Which Elon Musk business is efficient? Most people can't even tell you all the businesses that Elon Musk are involved in, but they could tell, oh, he threw up what looked like an SS symbol. I don't care about none of that. I'm trying to get my cryptocurrency right so I can just bully voting stockholder rights into one of his companies, and nobody can do anything about it. My bad. You know what I'm saying? My missions are a little bit different than other people's. You know what I'm saying? My missions are a little bit different than other people's. My missions are the type of missions that don't nobody want to come with. You know what I'm saying? It's just going to be me, and Carlton going to pick me up in the hoopty that's missing 3 wheels, but we're going to get it done anyway. You know what I'm saying? That's a little bit too. It's going to be like Blade when he bought that serum at that place. Oh, but brother, I'll catch the rest on CNN. Yeah, I bet you will. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton Way. Carlton Way said, I think his persona is a business and he's effective at getting people mad. And I don't even understand why he's effective at. Actually, I understand why he's effective at getting mad, and it's the reason why is because many people are subjected to the reptilian brain, you know what I'm saying, and many people are subjected to the MK Ultra, the MK Ultra of racism. It is amazing how under control people are. You say certain stuff, literally a massive amount of people's heads start spinning. You look around and you see everybody just start twitching. You guys remember that movie Legion where that old lady climbed up on the ceiling and Tyrese was on there? How many people remember that movie? Do y'all remember when all those people were marching towards that little diner in the desert and they just start twitching because they was getting possessed by a demon? Anytime anybody mentions anything involving any racism, everybody shuts down. They got everybody on quality control. Just like the Democrats. Racists and Democrats run out the same playbook. Democrats say some stuff that get everybody on quality control. Racists do the same thing. And what I think is wild is that people don't understand that the responses to that stuff show how under control you are. The type of responses that you do to that type of stuff also shows how little or how much power you have. No one should ever cheer anyone sassing their way to empowerment, because I'm going to give you guys a little, black light revelation, as they say. You're not going to sass your way to empowerment. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to get anybody together with a video. You're going to make a video. There's going to be a bunch of people gaslit in your chat, And then these people gonna go on to make a couple billion more dollars and post some more stuff that's gonna have you upset tomorrow on Twitter. You'd think after centuries of this kind of thing happening, at some point somebody would wake up. You'd think, right? You'd think. But sometimes what you think is not consistent with reality. And that's okay. It's not okay when you don't acknowledge it. A lot of this kind of situation reminds me of somebody that denies an issue that they have. Somebody get told, yo, you got the starting signs of cancer. I need 700 second opinions because I just don't believe it. By the time you get that 700 second opinion, that cancer them advanced. I mean, after the first two people told you, hey, this is what it is. Hey, this is what it is. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. Yeah, facts. Shout out to Carlton Way saying DEI. Oh, man. Saying DEI, man, bro, that people launch, you know what I'm saying? Like their heads launch. It's like a bunch of missiles just went off. Their heads just launched from their necks. And people watch that for entertainment. You know what I'm saying? Somebody mentioned DEI. Everybody starts scrambling. A bunch of videos get made. Everybody start posting on Twitter. And for the most part, I mean, you know, that you've provided the entertainment for the day. Because nobody cares. My biggest question with DEI is why have people not started their own businesses in their own industries and created their own value chains to where you don't have to deal with DEI anyway, and where you can compete and say, look at what we do it better. You can almost, right? You can almost use sports as an example of that, except for the fact that, you know, the people in sports decide not to own anything. They like being out on the field and being directed. So, you know, like a lot of people do. You know what I'm saying? So there's that, right? Yeah. And shout out to, it's funny, I was actually talking to one of my coworkers about this. Win, lose, or rug, shout out to you, bro. Win, lose, or rug said motherfuckers want to be liked because they don't like themselves. Bro, facts. Listen, if you ask me, the reactions that I see to racism are nothing more than pity parties that people don't like you. Why are you having a pity party because somebody doesn't like you? I'm going to hit people with something that they know that they probably don't want to say out loud. But I'm going to say it out loud anyway because I'm messy. Nobody has to like you. There's no law that says anybody has to like you. Some people might hate you just because you're alive. Who cares? Since when has life been a popularity contest? All civil rights and all efforts, you know what I'm saying, to quote unquote deal with racism, all of that is all code word for force these people to like us. Where's your self-respect? Entire identities hinging on if people like you or not. If that's the political motivation, I have to question whether people like themselves. Listen, I'm gonna be 100% honest. I don't care if they like me. I don't care if people on YouTube like me. I don't care who likes me or not. And the reason why I don't care if people like me or not is because I don't need to be liked to get stuff done. I'm strong enough and I'm competent enough to where I don't care if you like me or not. I don't need you to open up a door for me. I'm fully capable of bulldozing right through it. So I don't need your like. I don't understand why more people don't move like that, and I don't understand why more people weren't raised like that. Shout out to Adventurous Guide to the Galaxy. What's good with it? But it's disgusting to see people. We need to be. We don't need to be accepted. We don't. Here's another news flash. We don't need their jobs. Here's something that's even going to sound even crazier. They don't have to give us a job. If you build a business, are you going to be looking to be forced to give them a job? Probably not. Are you going to want to give them a job? I mean, based on how I hear a lot of people talk on YouTube, probably not. Right? So my question is, why is there a different expectation? These are the way that it is. So if this is the way that it is, you need to get yourself into position to where you can create an environment where you are able to exercise the same amount of discretion as everybody else is allowed to exhibit on you or exert on you. People still begging Tesla, oh, they need to hire us. They need to treat us good. If you truly believe that modern day corporate America is slavery, and you know how bad people were treated in slavery, I don't understand why people are shocked. I worked at this plant and they was quote unquote racist to me. Why are you shocked? It's the same thing as I'm going to move to the quote unquote good neighborhood. And then I'm going to turn around and complain that I got hassled by a Karen at the store. You moved to the Karen neighborhood. What did you expect? What did you expect? You moved to the Karen neighborhood. More than likely, you've increased the probability of running into a Karen. But guess what? Just ran into a Karen. I don't understand it. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug, bro. Facts. The dual realities is real, and it don't make any. And it doesn't make any sense. Shout out to Carlton. People want their cake and they want to eat it too. Yeah. You know what? I want my cake and eat it too, right? And here's how I do it. When I go to Starbucks and buy some lemon loaf, I buy 2 of them. I buy one of them to hold because I love it so much, and then I eat the other one really slow because I really like it. Even in that instance where I have my cake and eat it too, it's only a matter of time before the second piece gets eaten, and I had to buy 2 pieces of cake. I'll never understand it. And what I find the most irritating thing about this entire situation is that I understand what the people who are locking people out and blocking people out are doing. It's the responses of the people who are getting locked out and blocked out that I don't understand. And that's what I should understand. I should understand what the people that's getting locked out and blocked out are doing, but I don't. I understand what the people doing the locking and the blocking are doing. Somebody explain that to me. Why is that like that? I don't like that. I don't like the fact that the majority of my peers are walking around with a navigation machine that literally says rerouting their entire life. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, facts. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said they never choose a position of power. Lack of self-accountability, as stated earlier. Facts. No internal locus of control. No master morality. None. None. It is ridiculous. I'm trying to tell you, these are very elementary issues. None of this stuff is as complicated as it seems. And it is really irritating that it's taken people centuries to get to an answer for 1 + 1. It's bizarre. What do you guys think is the problem? What do you guys think is the issue? What's so difficult here? And listen, if you ask me, as long as this type of stuff continues to perpetuate, And as long as people just do the most backward stuff ever, there's always going to be someone like me around to ensure that you feel like shit for being alive, because you should. You should.
A monopoly, not only in the US, but around the world. And that's why they're very afraid of this increasing competition from China. And it's also why the US government is trying to restrict this Chinese technology and prevent any.
Shout out to Carlton. Now, that's a good point, right? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, I always say fear. I think that there's a lot of truth in that, but I think it's bizarre. I don't understand what people are scared of. And another thing that I don't understand, it seems to me that people only have fear of that. People don't have fear of anything else. They don't have fear of anything else. But they do have fear of that. Why? Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Win, Lose, or Rug said fragility and insecurity. Yeah, I would agree. What is there to be insecure about? Now, if you sat there and listened to everybody, if you listen to YouTube, everybody will tell you all the reasons why everybody's so confident, and it's actually them that's insecure. So here, my question is, which one is it? You see people all the time. They're just scared of us. They're intimidated of us. That's strange. I'm saying, shout out to Carlton. There's some strange intimidation, right? Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Win, Lose, or Rug said, I realized it one day recently. Both black and white people are trying to protect a fragile existence in this country. Facts. Facts. Super facts. That's one of the reasons why many of the political talking points, like all the political talking points that a lot of the quote unquote so-called pro-blacks are doing, all they're doing is using 5-year-old 4chan talking points and 5-year-old alt-right bullshit. It used to be these alt-right people called Red. I think it was called Red Ice, and you know what I'm saying, Alex Jones. All they're doing is just parroting old talking points, applying it to us. And then are sitting there saying, oh, well, nobody was talking about the migrant crisis until us. Man, listen, I'm about to hold on real quick, man. Now, if you go and look up Trump's old Twitter account from when he was president the first time, a massive amount of what he tweeted about was different migrant caravans coming to the United States during his presidency. If you go and look at a lot of those like alt-right European YouTubers, people that live in like Slavic countries, people that live in Nordic countries, they've been complaining about the migrant crisis that they have over there with a bunch of people coming over there. They've been complaining about it. This migrant crisis is not new at all. All you got to do is do a little bit of research. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton Wade. Carlton said, people are afraid of accountability. Listen, they got this thing. Speaking of which, before I get to Carlton's comment, go look at old videos of this place in the UK. Shout out to my man, DJ Elmo, because he'll vouch this. Go look at old videos of these debates at this place called Speaker's Corner in the UK and check the dates on them. Check the dates on them. What's that dude named Tommy Robinson? Check the stuff that the dude named Tommy Robinson was saying. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said people are afraid of accountability and responsibility. Yet that's all they talk about on YouTube besides popping stupid ass balloons. They don't think that they're capable of doing great things. Maybe. Here it come, Carlton. You ready? We're DC Precise and Black Free Thinker at. Maybe they're not. Maybe they're not capable of doing great things. People are not really making their people great like that. Maybe people need greatness training. Would they go to class? Would they show up? Would they do the homework? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, ain't nobody scared of us. I would, to me, the actions that people tend to do kind of exhibit that. The actions that people do tend to exhibit that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Adventurous Guide to the Galaxy. Adventurous Guide to the Galaxy said, yeah, I used to watch all those old speaker corner debates years ago. Facts. So Adventurous Guide to the Galaxy can vouch what I'm saying. They've been talking about this stuff for years. And I'm talking about like between like 6 to 8 years ago. And see, yeah, facts. Shout out to Adventurous Guide to the Galaxy. He said, and they will be arguing with that Muhammad hijab guy. Yeah. This is not like the global migrant crisis has been going on forever. And so has the American migrant crisis at the southern border. And there were people talking about it. You know what I'm saying? I know I said Drake, and I quoted Drake enough. Let me swing it back to Kendrick Lamar before people start questioning my hairline. It was people that are not like who was talking about it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, bro, super facts. Motherfuckers believe that they can do great things. Look at the reaction to Target. Man, bro. Man, look. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, hence the participation award era. Mediocrity on steroids. Man, mediocrity with hella human growth hormone. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. We scared of us, hence the good side of town. Facts. When they move away, it's not because they're scared. You know what I'm saying? It's because like they want the monolith too. You know what I'm saying? They don't like pepper in their salt shaker. That's why they move away. It don't have nothing to do with fear. Because them type of areas is where a lot of people be getting took out by the police. So me personally, based on the action, I wouldn't say anything is because of fear. I would say it's because of aesthetics and just personal comfort. When I hear people complain about racism at the job, the first thing that I ask about is, why don't we have a facility or a business or a plant or something like that where we can hire each other, right? So that those complaints don't exist. People don't like the artificial intelligence solutions. It's too much work. Might burn a hole in somebody's brain or something like that. If these people have historically shown a trend of moving away from you, how do you think you're going to be treated if you move into their place of business? I mean, it's like where is the thought process at? And then turn around and complain about it. They treated us bad. Duh. Of course something was going to happen. These are people that by and large have a literal pattern with real estate of moving out of areas as soon as one or two of us show up. You think they're going to welcome you at their place of business where they make money, and most times it's a family business where the entire family is there? If they are moving their home and family away, what do you think they're going to do with their business? They're going to work you because they need somebody that has the position or somebody that's willing to do the job, but they're going to make it uncomfortable for you so that if somebody that they prefer becomes available that fits the qualifications and criteria, they're going to hire that person. Why aren't we making each other great by having successful businesses and hiring each other? I keep we talking about this. The first thing when these clowns, you gonna invest with a company with Elon Musk? Where's the company I can invest in from y'all? Don't tell me shit about any type of investment I do until you present me with an investment opportunity where I can invest in you. If you haven't presented me with that, take a tall glass and shut the fuck up to your forehead in a teacup, like what they did on Chronicles of Riddick. You know what I'm saying? How many of you guys are tired of that shit? If you guys are tired of that shit, give me a thumbs up. If you're not tired of it, then give me a thumbs down. Now, mind you, if you're not tired of it, you know what I'm saying? It's not that kind of party. You're not going to get kicked out of the chat. Most people leave voluntarily anyway, but it's friendly over here, man. We ain't going to do you like that. I mean, it's perfectly fine to disagree. You know what I'm saying? Me personally, I actually don't believe in stifling people's speech. I actually believe in letting people discourse. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Win, Lose, or Rug says, see, when you ask that, that's when people say they ain't never going to let us. White supremacy. White supremacy. That's when the white supremacy Tourette starts. White supremacy. That's what I'm saying. It's MK Ultra, bro. The knee-jerk reactions can be predicted at a 99.9% rate of accuracy. So here's the question then, right? If anything that we are going to possibly do is automatically canceled out by the fact that white supremacy is going to stop it, why is there any efforts for anybody to do any type of empowerment then? Because anytime anybody tries to empower anybody, say it, white supremacy. So what are we doing here? This is a hamster wheel. At large, the most radical of the pro-blacks have already determined and decided for all of us that white supremacy is just way too much for any one of us to handle because, we're just not capable, right? We're weak, we're stupid, right? This is what they say, not us, right? So because we're weak, we're stupid, we're not able to deal with any of this stuff, they've automatically made the determination that any type of anything that we do, you can't do that. Why? White supremacy. But you're still sitting here saying to empower ourselves. How the fuck we supposed to empower ourselves then? And what's the point of attempted empowerment? Because as soon as we get to the last level, white supremacy. Which one is it? Which one is it? Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Win, Lose, or Rug said they're not ready for that conversation. Somebody's money is gonna die at that point with that conversation, and that's the reason why that conversation ain't gonna get had. You know what I'm saying? Win, Lose, or Rug said they're not ready for that conversation. That would bring up the question: who is upholding WS the most? You know my answer to that question. I've said it multiple times, and I've proven it multiple times. Listen, one of the and another way that you can tell this is that one of the things that people mostly brag about in regards to the culture that they claim are the things that are most closely linked with white supremacy. That's a foundational Black American name. Technically, it's a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant name. Motherfucker. Like Sheriff Grady. Oh, he got a foundational Black American name. Really? A white dude from the swamps of Florida? Fuck out of here. Hattie Mae, Fannie Mae, what they named the loan, the real estate loans and the education loans after for the United States government. You think they named that shit after somebody Black? George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Thomas Jefferson, like the Jeffersons, them slave master last names. Shout out to Carlton Wade. Carlton said it's hard, Rob, for people to face the truth, and that's why I say fuck them. That's exactly why I say fuck them. Because if you think facing the truth is difficult, you definitely ain't ready to face no fucking adversary, non-confrontational ass motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? If you think facing the truth that's not going to reach out of the mirror and snatch your ass up, if you think that that's scary, you definitely ain't ready for no mano y mano. You know what I'm saying? People living in a fantasy world. People living in a false reality. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, it's hard for people to face the truth because they have to come face to face with just how little they are willing to do to change anything. Yeah, facts, which is very little, like a fucking cork Q. UARK. You know what I'm saying? And here's the reality of shit. If people ain't ready to face reality, you definitely ain't gonna change reality turning away from it. But keep trying. Keep trying. You know what I'm saying? It might happen for you one day. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think so. I don't think so. None of these problems ever get dealt with appropriately. And everybody knows that they don't get dealt with appropriately. And then people say, well, how come nothing changed? I'm not with that shit anymore. I never was with that shit, but now I'm verbally saying it. Some of the stupidest shit ever. Shout out to Carlton, all these strange flexes and shit. People living, moving around in an echo chamber. Shout out to you, Karen. I appreciate you. Why do I get so frustrated about this kind of stuff? I get frustrated because I don't want to live in a world like this. And I don't like hearing other people say that they don't want to live in a world like this, because when I look at them, they're maintaining the world like this. They're lying. We got a bunch of people. Those are the type of people that say they down to fight. And then next thing you know, when you ready and you square up with somebody, it's about 4 people surrounding you and everybody else off in the cut somewhere. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, blood pressure, Rob, blood pressure. Bro, my blood pressure is 110/64. And my pulse is like 54. You know how good a shape I'm in? That's one of the reasons why I don't ever worry about anything. That's another. I'm glad you mentioned the blood pressure. That's another thing that people need to do. People eat slop like it's a flex. Oh, yeah, I know it's a joke, but I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? People eat slop like it's a flex. How can you actually be ready to deal with the stuff that faces you in the world if you're not healthy? Do you know type 2 diabetes is one of the most common types of diabetes? Guess who gets it the most? Guess what else? It's preventable. What causes type 2 diabetes? Which contributes to high blood pressure, contributes to heart disease, which affects who the most? And then people brag about it. I just ate a whole bucket of fried chicken. You just ate all that trans fat. You just ate all that grease. And it's a flex. Now the doctor telling you you gotta take Lipitor to get all that cholesterol out of your veins. I don't trust the medical system. Well, if you didn't trust the medical system, what the hell you sit up there and eat a bucket of chicken every night for? Because you know a bucket of chicken ain't gonna do shit but put you in the medical system. Try an apple. Here's the thought. Let's bust out some celery. It's so bad now that if you black and you go to the doctor, they ask you for an AccuCheck. They ask you for a blood sugar, a finger stick, just simply because you're black. The shit that they should ask about because you're black, like sickle cell, they don't ask about that. They ask about the diabetes. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Fact. Shout out to Adventurous Guide to the Galaxy, bro. You ain't never lied, bro. Adventurous Guide to the Galaxy said, rather die than hear some literally true things. Grown adults is what they demand to be called. And nothing grown about any. Listen, grown adults and asking white supremacy for allowance. I'm grown. Can you give me a job? Can you give me a paycheck? Can you give me more money? Grown motherfuckers don't ask mommy and daddy for shit. Fuck you mean you grown? Oh, man, I don't know, man. They don't like us. You know, if you say they not like us, that song that Kendrick Lamar came out with, they not like us. You know, if you mispronounce, you know, people that speak English, people that don't speak English will mess up and say they not like us. And you know what they're trying to say is they don't like us. Who cares? You know what I'm saying? Who cares? I don't think that it helps very much for people to psychoanalyze these people while not having full control over your own psychology to understand how to navigate through the world. Because if people had full control over their own psychology and knew how to navigate through the world and weren't psychologically dependent on the acceptance of other people, people would be a lot stronger, a lot more solid, and a lot more capable of being able to have thick skin and be able to complete through the duration of a hard time. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick says, white power turned us into a dependence and consumer class, and we fell for it. Me personally, I disagree with that. I disagree with that. Now, here's my question, right? And shout out to because this is an everybody discussion, right? So make sure, you know, like everybody say what they got to say, right? My question for Patrick is, why do you feel that way? For one, I'm gonna just be 100%. You know what I'm saying? Like okay, let's talk about what we talking about right here, right? DeepSeek. Where's the white power in this? this situation with DeepSeek. What you see in this situation with DeepSeek is you see white getting overpowered, right? So my question is, this incompetence that got crushed by DeepSeek was competent enough to quote unquote scramble a lot of people's brains like eggs? My question is, who does that say more about? And here's another question: is that actually what happened? Because I tend to disagree with this. I completely disagree. As a matter of fact, not just tend to disagree, I completely disagree. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, why? We had to be sufficiently self-dependent. Now, here's the thing, right? Let's get this out here. Literally every organism on the planet, except for children and young, have to be sufficiently self-dependent, right? So that's a given, right? When integration came, black folks then gave everything up. I disagree with that. And integration didn't just come. That's not a true statement. How did integration get there? Who held the crowbar? And integration ain't a problem unless people are just completely clueless at how to move, right? So let's deal with that, because that's something that people be saying around on YouTube, and it's misinformation. Integration didn't just poof appear out of nowhere. And there was a lot of people that didn't want integration. And I'm going to tell you something that a lot of people ain't going to admit on YouTube, and the chat going to go down to 8 because motherfuckers is a bunch of pussies, right? It wasn't white people who was banging for integration. Now, you know, you had your few, but it was a whole half of the country that didn't believe in that shit, so much to the fact that it was a war fought that had a lot to do with that. Motherfuckers was willing to go to war about that shit. And here's my question, right? If you can't handle immigration, how you going to handle a global economy? So again, now we're dealing with issues of what people can handle or not. If you can't handle integration with one race of people, how are you going to handle a global economy where you have to do commerce to survive with another group of people? This is just more exposure of incapability that shouldn't be there. Where's this Wakanda-like economy going to actually be a reality? Even on the movie Black Panther, they was criticizing Wakanda. That was what Killmonger's problem was. Killmonger's, what's wrong with y'all? Y'all got this inbred economy and this vibranium and shit just sitting here playing with vibranium amongst yourselves. It's people all throughout the world, other black people that need the shit. Ain't that Killmonger's words? Ain't that exactly what Killmonger said? So if the shit didn't work in the fiction comic book, how is it going to work in reality? Again, whose fault, whose misjudgment was that? Why do people need acceptance? You already had acceptance. They accepted motherfuckers on their plantations for hard labor. That should have told people enough. If somebody invites you to burn you alive and then they stop inviting you anywhere at all, are you going to ask them to start inviting you again to burn you alive because you just feel like you're just so alone out there? Me personally, I'm not going to do that. That's one of the reasons why, like, you know, like, I don't like this us shit. You know what I'm saying? Because I definitely don't move like, I don't move like none of that shit. And I don't know why anybody does. You know what I'm saying? Carlson stupid. Carl just said, T'Challa said, listen, nigga, the vibranium is for us. You know what I'm saying? Listen, Nakata, you don't get no vibranium. Go apply to work at the Avengers. You know what I'm saying? He told a nigga go apply to work at the Avengers. There's no justification for any of this shit. And I'm going to tell everybody something about Killmonger. Everybody cheer for Killmonger in the movie. Oh, yeah, Killmonger. You know what I'm saying? Like, Killmonger was right. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, if Killmonger was a real person, everybody would be a bitch. Everybody would bitch up. Wouldn't nobody back Killmonger if he was a real person? Everybody would hide their pussy ass behind a wall and then start saying how real he was after somebody took him off the planet. You know what I'm saying? So you know what? So let's do this. Let's shout out to Patrick, right? Let's turn this into a math problem, right? Shout out to Neely Fuller Jr. Let's turn this into a math problem. So let's go back and we're going to take out the greatest common denominator. What's the greatest common denominator? If we take each of these sentences, right? Because they even call it equation, a sentence, and we take out what appears the most, what's the greatest common denominator? Now, here goes my question. What's so hard about people admitting that? I bet you a lot of people, when their parents caught them in a lie, a lot of people escalated that shit to an ass whooping, didn't y'all? Y'all didn't just come out and tell them the truth. Like, yeah, I did that shit. Y'all escalated that shit all the way up to an ass whooping and then still ended up telling them while you were getting your ass beat. Facts. Shout out to Carlton. People would actually call Killmonger an agent. He trying to get a hood. Same shit they probably say about me. Shout out to, look, Patrick, you quality control. You're under quality control. You're personalizing something that's not personal. What is the word that appeared in most of your sentences the most is the question, right? Not me isn't an answer to that. The answer to that is black folk, black people, black, blackity black. So then you have to ask yourself the question, well, why are these things not being addressed then? Because if those things don't get addressed, how is anything going to be prepared to where people can be prepared to deal with the problem that's in front of us? What happened to people where people can't, like, oh, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not good at this. You know what I'm saying? People fragile, man. They fragile. They Mr. Glass. Now, let me ask you this. Now, let's ask everybody this question. I don't believe that integration is a problem. No. Oh, not the ass whooping thing. That was just making a general statement. Most times, bro, I just make a general. Let me ask you this. Do you notice that you're the only one that ever thinks that I'm like talking directly at you? Now, why am I bringing that up? I'm bringing that up because I think that that's a problem that a lot of people have. That's why I kept roasting when Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy was going in on the American culture thing. And then the people that complain about people crowbarring into shit, crowbar themselves into that. Wasn't nobody talking about us. We're not competitive for H-1B1 visa jobs in a large majority. They were not talking about us. But somehow, you know what I'm saying? It had to be addressed. To me, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk ain't really shy when they start throwing shots. If they wanted to address us, then they got plenty of track record receipts that they just directly address, right? They wasn't talking about us at that particular moment. But anytime the MK Ultra activates and somebody hears something that sounds similar to something that might have to do with us, it's an automatic crash out. It's an automatic crash out. The airbags just start deploying all over the United States. You know what I'm saying? The airbags just start deploying. Side, you know what I'm saying? The driver's side, passenger side, airbags all over the place. Crash out, imminent. You know what I'm saying? Like, why? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. What's good with it, Brooklyn Queen? I appreciate you. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Brooklyn Queen. We 3 out of 5. Shit, that's what's good. Shout out to you, Brooklyn Queen. I appreciate you. Brooklyn Queen says, super facts, Rob. The lack of heart and backbone is nauseating. I keep to myself for that reason. You see it. Oh, my God, you see it at work. Oh, don't even get me started. Please don't get me started. Please don't get me started about work. Shout out to you, Brooklyn Queen. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Brooklyn Queen. And she bought us the 3rd round of lunch.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the march of dimes.
In Springfield,
Don't push me, ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the... Said it was some Haitians, somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels.
Have you seen Garfield?
Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is cough it up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit.
they're eating the cat.
It's a shame, it's a pity. Gone overseas where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing and where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took with that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And they eat the cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Eat the cat.
Drop that cat.
Shout out to you, Brooklyn Queen. I appreciate it. I definitely appreciate it. Shout out to Patrick. Look, bro, I'm trying to tell you, you're not helping. Shout out to you, bro. Patrick said, black folks be afraid. First and foremost, huge problem. Self-problem. Nobody else needs to worry or concern themselves with the fact that many people are cowards. According, you know what I'm saying? That's what you're saying, right? They don't want to lose their job. Are they? First of all, see, here's the misconception: are these their jobs, or do they just work them? Let's start that. Let's start there. See, therein is where all the problems lie. First and foremost, literally, no one has to have sympathy for any of this shit in here, right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. There's literally no one that has a requirement to give a shit about any of this, right? So that's the first thing, right? Second thing is, if you're scared, that's a flaw. No one cares if you're scared. If you're scared, you come last. If you're scared, you don't take opportunities. No. I know. I'm just saying. We running this down the line. We just running this down the line. Right? Because and I'm gonna just say this. This is one of the reasons why I don't like that us shit. I don't like that us shit. Because when I watch YouTube videos or when I hear people talk about a collective of black people in these terms, man, man, listen, some people that work with me that be ghost watching my channel, shout out to them. They'll tell you, man, I'll pull the trigger. I'll let the shit fly. I don't give a fuck about none of this shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't care who you is. I don't care I don't care about none of that. As far as the job go, if you talking to me crazy or you coming at me kind of crazy, you getting the exact same thing right back. I don't care if I don't care if you got a desk in management. I don't care what color you are. I don't care about none of that. Like Do or Die said, you bust at me, I'm busting back. Shout out to DJ Elmo. What's good with it, bro? Right? So If you grow up and you have fear, if you're scared, I don't know how most people were raised, but I was raised that, you know, apprehension is a normal phenomenon, right? Apprehension is a normal phenomenon, but fear is pathological. You can't live your life running around being scared. And here's a question, right? So let me ask you this. If this is the case, right? If generally speaking, the majority of the people that you're talking about are scared and cowardly, why should there be any regard for those people and people not look at them as such? Do people have respect for cowards? No. We complain about not having a lot of respect. Well, if what you're saying is true and the majority of people are cowards, there goes one bullet point of why there's not a lot of respect. Nobody respects anybody that's scary, right? And as far as losing the jobs go, right? So let's run that. We're gonna run that one down the line. How is it your job if somebody else gave it to you? And it's owned by someone else. That's not your job. You don't write the policies and tell them what to do. They write the policies and tell you what to do. They don't come to your house, you know what I'm saying, and give you 8 to 12 hours a day time. You go to their facility and bust your ass and break your body down for 8 to 12 hours a day time. People under a delusion. That's not your job. You're theirs for the allotted amount of time, and then they pay you the money for the body capitalism. Get your resources up. Don't nobody want to buy crypto. Da Vinci told people back 12 years ago, just $1. Didn't nobody do it? And here go the thing, right? Look at the animal kingdom. What happens when, I mean, this is, where's the learning curve? If you put yourself in a vulnerable, I mean, you're not supposed to keep putting your hand on the stove after you burn it the first time. You can't keep blaming other people if you keep putting your goddamn hand on the stove. You know what I'm saying? You can't sit there and say, well, this motherfucker made this stove and it burned my hand. This is the fucking 10,000th time you put your goddamn hand on the stove. You know what I'm saying? It's the 10,000th time. When is the allotted time of expectation where, like, you should learn, right? There's even sayings that address this. Fool me once. Shame on me. Fool me twice. Shame on you. I don't know how far that stretches out, or even does, if it even does stretch out to 10,000. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to DJ Elmo. I wouldn't disagree with that. DJ Elmo said job is an informal word, indentured servitude. So again, like, to me, like, it's a bunch of people that's living in a false reality. That, listen, bro. So this is what you got to understand. These people are making a choice. Yeah, shout out to you lot, bro. Straight facts. I've been saying this shit forever. Forever. And if people, hey, bro, look, that is their problem. People do what's familiar. I'm gonna keep using dollars. I'm not gonna use Bitcoin. Why am I broke? You're answering all the, you know what's crazy? You answered all the questions and you haven't said shit that a white person did yet. I mean, if people are, and again, that's why I said let's do the least common denominator thing. If people doing all this shit that you listing out here, I mean, how long is it going to be before we get to the part of what the white people doing? But then people say there's nothing we can do. We're powerless. That's not true. If Patrick just gave us a whole list of shit that people are doing on their own, all that shit is shit that we can fix to then be better equipped with the outside threats. But nobody wants to do that shit to fix any of that shit that Patrick said. Nobody wants to fix that shit. And then you have the people that are idiots, right? The gaslighters, right? The gaslighters will sit there and say, "Oh, listen to Rob just hard on black people. Rob just coon." No, I'm not. I'm not hard on black people at all. I'm not just cooning. Are you serious? Rob's hard on black people? These niggas is the ones that talk about white supremacy like his motherfucking infinity goddamn stone, not me. I'm not hard on black people. I'm saying, look, this is the path right here. And y'all can do it. And the reason why it's not done is because people putting up excuses. I'm not the one that said that this shit is, it's just such an amazing scientifically. I've never said any of that ever. And I never will, because that's not true. None of that shit is true. That shit is rudimentary and stupid. Which is why I say all it takes is one or two small changes and things will dramatically change. But the problem is that most people are resistant to the change. And the reason why people are resistant to change is that people do what's familiar. So if you're familiar with white supremacy, you're going to stay upholding it because that's all you know. You're cipher. A lot of motherfuckers is cipher. And that's why a lot of these simps have a problem with the red pill. Because once you are red pilled and once you see the raw reality of what is actually going on, now you bear the responsibility of dealing with fixing your own circumstance. And most people don't want to do that. All they want to hear is an amateur comedy hour and hear somebody just talking sassy while acting like they don't like sassy people. And this is why I'm saying nobody should get any mercy. No one should get any mercy. I can't sit there and have a problem with one group of people that's upholding WS and then turn around and the other group of people that claim to have an issue with it is upholding it too. Upholding it because it's what's familiar. Bitcoin and cryptocurrency was literally created, especially Bitcoin, to financially empower disenfranchised people. And yet the disenfranchised people are adamantly and vehemently against it. If that's the case, you deserve what you get. The world is correct. Shout out to my man, Al McCowan. What's good with it, bro? The world is correct. You can listen to anybody in this chat. Shout out to Karen. Shout out to John Guillory, Brooklyn Queen, Win, Lose a Rug. We do so well when it comes to our financial endeavors. And it's so easy. And many of the problems that people have, they could take a little load off of them and make it a little bit easier for themselves. They've demonstrated that they don't want to do it. They've demonstrated that they want to uphold what's familiar. What's familiar is being broke. That's why we call them the broke mob. I don't have any sympathy for that. And no one should. The problem is that too many people have sympathy for mediocrity. There should be no sympathy for mediocrity. No one who is mediocre should be comfortable in their own skin. Larry Fink and BlackRock own 500,000 Bitcoin. Michael Saylor and MicroStrategies own 400,000 Bitcoin. I've already accepted the realization that people have been religiously buck broken and are under the delusion that somehow Bitcoin is some kind of mark of some kind of beast, that's fine. Where's our tech companies at? They'll kill us, right? That right? White supremacy. We just talked about Operation Choke Point 2.0. They doing that to other white CEOs of businesses. The United Health CEO just got took out. If I'm not mistaken, the CEO of Cash App got took out. Some CEO, I forgot who it was that we was even talking about, got kidnapped in France. And this is how this is what's funny, right? Some black people will actually say some shit like that, not knowing that voodoo is actually a native black religion. Like voodoo is actually an actual native religion to some black people. You know what I'm saying? But they'll uphold that Caesar Borgia nonsense. I can't with it anymore, bro. Like I'm telling you, I can't. People gonna be calling me all kind of crazy shit. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, it was Ledger. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. The Ledger co-founder was kidnapped. We read these stories about this shit every day. This is the reason why people don't watch the channel, so they don't have to see that shit. And so they can just say, well, this is what they're doing to us. I don't doubt that anything is getting done to us. I've never said that I doubt anything is getting done to us. I know all kind of shit's getting done to us. But what I'm saying is that the shit that's getting done to us is not mutually exclusive to us. But what is mutually exclusive to us is people not doing shit because somebody gonna do something. Somebody gonna give us a spanking. I can't be associated with that type of cowardice, man. Because that ain't me. Like that ain't me at all. I don't care about none of that. I'll walk around with a busted lip and a black eye. Yep, you know I did something. If I'm walking through a crowd, all of y'all, and I got a busted lip and I got a busted eye, you know what that tells me? That tells me that should tell everybody that I'm walking past one thing that I didn't do was bend over. That's why I got all them hits on my face. I don't give a fuck about losing a fight. At least I fought. It is disgusting. It is disgusting to me that people are more mannerable and compliant with not wanting to, with the do not disturb sign on white supremacy than they are with showing one of their colleagues just a basic level of professionalism. I'm not trying to be funny, man. I see that shit every day on a daily basis at work. Let me ask you this question. How do people adjust to fear? You know, a lot of people are scared of heights. How do you deal with being scared of heights? How do people deal with being scared of roller coasters? Sometimes people don't never deal with fear. They just have it. They just let it eat them alive. And if you ask me, I'm sitting here witnessing a bunch of people just let fear eat them alive. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Facts. You can conquer your fears. That's a two-sided token, right? You can conquer your fears. But if you choose to not conquer your fears, you can't conquer anything else. I don't understand. I don't even understand the fear. To me, I don't get it. To me, I don't understand it. Maybe it's because I got a screw loose or something. Maybe it's because I don't. Maybe it's because I know my own capabilities. Patrick said people scared of losing their resources. Ain't we the side hustle people? Ain't we the most creative that can just create some shit out of nothing? Ain't that what everybody says? So, I mean, if you lose, you know what I'm saying, your minimum wage job that somebody gave you at their business that they didn't want to hire you for anyway, and you happen to lose your job, just go make something out of the mud. Because that's what everybody say that we do, right? So just grab you some mud and make some shit. Right? Go invent hip hop or some shit. Right? You probably get paid more doing that. You know what I'm saying? So this is the question I'd be asking. Where's what's the problem? I find it interesting. A lot of these presidential candidates, right? Donald Trump ran on the idea that America had been taken over, America had been hijacked, America was being destroyed, and that it was time for people to take America back. And you know what? People supported him. They voted for him. When somebody tells people stop acting like a bitch and get your balls back, they leave the chat. But that same shit put Trump into the White House. So we're dealing with two different type of dynamics here. Right? If you ask me, a large majority of us are damn near more invested in maintaining the status quo than them folks over there. So now here's my question for everybody. How you supposed to deal with that? How you supposed to deal with that? Make some sassy videos every time Elon Musk say something? Anytime somebody says anything remotely, I don't know anything, just attach to it and say they was really talking about us. What's the way? How do people? How should it get dealt with? How should it get dealt with? I want you guys to pay attention. You guys see these long pauses? Imagine if you was actually confronting, you know, your arch nemesis or something like that. You think you got that long to pause, dodging whatever type of attack they putting on you? Nope. Yeah, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Facts. We build with like-minded people, and that ain't everybody. Because it's really not a lot of people that are minded like us. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, time to go Megatron mode. Time to get all the Energon cubes, bro. You know what I'm saying? Time to get all the Energon cubes. You know what I'm saying?
I've got morons on my team.
Megatron said it, not me. Look, man, Megatron said it, not me. I want y'all to, this is what we're dealing with, man. I want y'all to understand, right? The people can't even answer questions. They can't even answer questions. Just why I be using that analogy, man. Like people can't fight their way out of a wet paper bag. Can't even answer questions. Basic shit. If people can't even answer basic questions, basic shit, how do people think they're going to deal with a complex issue is my question. And how do you get to a state of where you can't answer basic shit? Like that shit is wild. Like the entire thing needs to be ran back completely for people to see like exactly like how did we get here? You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to tell y'all, man, it's bizarre. It's bizarre. I don't know what to say. Let me ask you guys this question. When it comes to these type of topics, now, you know, everybody is hyper focused on this kind of stuff, right? They're hyper focused on it. When somebody is mentioned versus when somebody's not. We're never mentioned in any of these type of discussions right here with this, talking about AI and all that, right? Do you ever notice how like nobody's outraged about it? How come ain't nobody outraged about it? Just a time when we ain't getting mentioned. How come ain't nobody outraged about it? What's y'all best guess? I'm outraged. I think we should have tech companies and AI companies, finance firms. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, wasn't no black people in the PayPal mafia. Man, I wish I was. Bro, you in the black PayPal mafia now. You know what I'm saying? You in the black PayPal mafia family now. This PayPal mafia probably did all type of weird stuff like put whipped cream on each other and took pictures hugging and shit like that. We don't do shit like that in our PayPal mafia. You know what I'm saying? In our PayPal mafia, ain't no Myron Gaines, you know what I'm saying, skin on skin, you know what I'm saying, with somebody else type picture. We don't do shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But they do that old weird ass shit. Sucking the worm out of a bottle of tequila or some weird shit. You know what I'm saying? We don't do shit like that. But at the same time, though, the PayPal mafia made a lot of money, man. They did what they were supposed to do. Now, my question, like I said, and now that PayPal mafia thing, that was back in the day when PayPal came out. PayPal been around for a long time. Shout out to Patrick Tyler. Patrick Tyler said, that's W people stuff, Rob. We ain't got time for this. We need to be watching Love and Hip Hop and listening to them, how they get the bag. Yeah, a lot of people think like that. And so, again, I want people to understand this, right? This is what I'm talking about, these subconscious, self-reinforcing white supremacist mechanisms that black people have, that black people do, right? Think about this. And people will say this, right? Shout out to Patrick, because this is a great point. Oh, that's white people stuff. Making money. I mean, yeah, that's the problem, right? Like, that's the problem. That's been white people and only white people stuff for a long time. We're trying to make some money now. So you want us to just not do none of this so they can have all the money? Like, you know what I mean? When people say shit like that. Or somebody will say, if you talk proper. Now, mind you, right? I'm around the way boy. You know what I'm saying? I kind of, I got the little, I got a little rough accent a little bit, right? But, there are some people that talk more I guess I don't know what you would say. I don't know how you would call it, right? But they don't talk like me. You know what I'm saying? Like you can listen to my voice and tell what time it is. It's people that don't have that type of voice. But like that doesn't mean anything. Like it's perfectly okay that they don't talk like that. That don't mean that they talk white. Shout out to Jada Informant. I got news for everybody. In case anybody didn't know this shit, anybody that speaks English, Spanish, any Latin or Romantic language, you speak a European language. You talk white. As black as the blackest person talks, I guarantee you it's a white person in Louisiana that sounds exactly like you, that if you ain't see the camera, you wouldn't know that that person was white. And that's because that's where that shit for real came from. So why do people say that? The fact that somebody is pronouncing words appropriately and correctly and using proper language arts, what that actually means is that they're competent at speaking English. It doesn't mean that they're talking white. Correctness should not be just automatically associated with quote unquote white. But look who does that though. Nobody told them to do that. But look what they decided to do. I'm gonna associate speaking good English with quote unquote being white. I'm gonna associate high quality English with being white. Why? Because you actually believe in the urban legend is why. You know what I'm saying?
Competition. Immediately after DeepSeek went viral and became the most popular app in the United States, the US government claimed that it's a so-called national security threat. The US Navy immediately banned the use of DeepSeek, claiming that it has security and ethical concerns. And now the US government is trying to expand its restrictions on China, starting under the first Trump administration and then continuing in the Biden administration. The US government put export restrictions trying to prevent China from getting access to the most cutting edge semiconductors.
Like that shit is crazy. That shit is crazy. Shout out to my man Jada Informant. What's good with it, bro? Patrick said, Rob, that's what I've told blacks who I heard say that when I was in school. That just means that you're doing good in school. The look of bewilderment, like that's what I'm saying, man. Like to me, like, and I never say that about people, ever. If I say anything about somebody, I say they speak good English or they talk very proper. And then what's funny about it, some idiot to try to correct you, like when you say they talk proper. Oh, you mean they talk white? No, I didn't say they talk white. I said they talk proper. Like when I say they talk proper, they don't have any accent overlay. Like they don't have no regional accent. They don't have no, you know what I'm saying, like around the way accent. They just talk proper. They talk a generally understood form of English that structures sentences appropriately and pronounces words for the most part in a way that's generally pronounced by most people. That's what I mean. You're the one that not you, but like the people that would say that person is the one that said, oh, so they talk white. Why are like if I don't understand that. So the people that say that, oh, you're speaking good English, you talk white, those people then should have no issue with white supremacy, and they should actually abide by the idea of racism, because you in that instance are saying that people who speak high quality English are white. You're saying that in most cases a black person's not capable of that. High quality English reminds you of a white person. That's wild. If that's the case, go drink at your own water fountain and keep it pushing. Who's holding the crowbar? How many times you hear people, they listen to rock and roll or like some rock music or like some metal or something like that? Oh, they listening to that white boy music. I didn't know that Jimi Hendrix was a white boy. It's just news to me, right? But I don't know, how is that protecting the culture if you call rock and roll some white boy shit? But that's what people do. And then in 2025, everybody got to run around and be a historian and protect the culture. Well, you one been calling motherfuckers a white boy for listening to rock music when you know that Jimi Hendrix, the one that coined the phrase. Somebody got to deal with this shit. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, I heard that all throughout my elementary, middle, and finally subsided in high school because I met other black folks who speak high quality English, which is, I mean, that's wild, man. Like, so you're supposed to speak low quality English because you're like, and then who's the one enforcing that? Who's enforcing that shit? This should be, it's mind blowing to me. And then like no one says anything about that kind of stuff. And then when you bring it up for a discussion, oh, you're a coon. I'm not the one sitting there saying that the smart black people acting white. You calling me a coon for? You know what I'm saying? Oh, this person get good grades and they speaking good English. Oh, they talk white. No, they're not. You know what I'm saying? They're getting good grades in school and they're speaking good. Oh, you a coon. What? Like that Russell Westbrook. What? It happens all the time. Shout out to Carlton and shout out to DJ Elmo, because Carlton and DJ Elmo been around, you know what I'm saying, for a minute. So they know when I used to talk about this. Remember when I used to talk about the culture of stupidity? The enforcement of the culture of stupidity? Shout out to Patrick. I see me like, bro, this the way that I talk on YouTube, this is how I talk in real life. You know what I'm saying? Patrick said I was never told that because I could switch, but I've seen ninjas say that to other blacks. And that's when I'd say, you talk white too. You speaking damn English. It's a white language, dumbass. Yeah, just dumb, bro. Just dumb. Just dumb. We did the live stream talking about the scores in school the other day.
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
I just make it make sense, man. Where do it come from? Like I'm telling you, man. Like I can't deal with it, man. Can't deal with it no more. I'm not gonna sit up here and perpetuate stupid ass, easy to debunk, non-based in fact ass talking points that a lot of YouTubers do just to appease the audience. I'm not doing that shit. I don't give a fuck if it's only 0 people in here. At the very least, you're gonna get the truth. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said reading levels in the dirt. Motherfuckers focus on the wrong thing. Inefficient as hell. Inefficient as hell. Make it make sense. Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said, hence, Neely Fuller says, only engage with other black folks if it's productive, as many black folks have been brainwashed to hate each other. No contact, no conflict. Listen, bro. You know, it's funny that you mentioned that shit. I thought about that shit the other day when I was walking down the street, right? If you walk down the street and you walk in the dog, the owner of the dog in this Neely Fuller Jr. model, right? The owner of the dog is a black person. Or is a white person, and the dog is a black person. And when you walk down the street, the owners say hi to each other, and the dog's about to bark and come off the damn leash trying to get at each other for no reason. And it requires the owner to keep the dog separated get the dog behaving properly again, and then, you know what I'm saying, go ahead and walk away. I realized that shit as I'm walking down the street with my dog, and the dog start flipping out at this other dog. I'm like, what the fuck wrong with you? You know what I'm saying? So I, you know what I'm saying, yoke the dog up, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, we walk in, and, you know, owner, you know, we like waved and just kept it pushing, right? And I'm like, this is that exact shit that Neely Fuller Jr. was talking about how black people are toxic towards each other, and the toxicity only gets diffused when there's a white person around. That shit is retarded, bro. The fuck? That's crazy. That's some shit that needs to get dealt with. And what's crazy about it is, again, that's Neely Fuller Jr., right? That's Neely Fuller Jr., right? And Neely Fuller Jr. is the god, and he wrote the code and all that. But if I say the shit because motherfuckers don't like it, I gotta leave the chat. This nigga talking crazy. On some bitch shit. And then to turn around and quote Neely Fuller Jr. later. I'm telling you, bro, I saw that shit as clear as day. I saw it clear as day. I'm walking the dog. I'm like, yo, that's crazy. This is in real time. That shit that Neely Fuller Jr. is talking about. These dogs, that dog don't know my dog from no dog. They just automatically seen each other. Just going, what the fuck? Get your ass over here. What's wrong with you? You know what I'm saying? Then I'm like, yo, that's wild, man. That's just like that shit that Neely Fuller Jr. said. Look, shout out to Windows and Rug. Windows and Rug said it's like someone is playing chess but can't take none of the opposing pieces off the board because they keep blocking themselves in on purpose, bro. Facts. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said got stories like that for day. You see it at work. You see it when they come to at work. You know what I'm saying? Like if there's, you know what I'm saying, someone like, you know what I'm saying, in a position of power, and man, they always got to come down crazy, wild towards the other, you know what I'm saying, people like us there, and got to make sure that the other people is appeased to. And it's like, yo, what's wrong with your weird ass? You know what I'm saying? You moving real funny. You weird. You know what I'm saying? Or if it's somebody that's not in management, if it's somebody that just happened to be working like on the floor or working like a line position, they running around snitching on everybody else to trying to, you know what I'm saying, kiss everybody else's ass. Why don't you just do your work and take your ass home? You doing too much. Somebody has to raise people like that. Like their parents, whoever their parents are, must have taught them this is a value that you got to have. And their parents taught them to devalue other people like them. Because where do you get that from? Like, where do you do that? You don't, where do you get that from? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, not toxic here in this chat. Come on, we think lower of ourselves easily. We apply the bottom ratchet demographic of Black America to all of us. Now, me personally, I don't do that. Right? Like all of that shit, bro. That is shit that like white supremacists and pro-blacks do that shit. White supremacists and pro-blacks apply the worst possible scenarios to black people and then say, this is what we do. No, to both of y'all, that's not what quote unquote we do. No. I know. I'm not taking that as you saying that I said. What I'm saying is that yes, I agree with you. People say that and they do that. That's facts. And what I'm saying is that the majority of people who tend to do that are, you know, two wings of the same bird, pro-blacks and white supremacists. Because they're the same people, just like how coons and pro-blacks is the same people. They're the same people. And how many times have you listened to somebody that's an alleged pro-black say, like, y'all, you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all don't understand this, or we don't understand this, or you're dumb, or XYZ. So you can sit up there on your pedestal and say that we're dumb, but then you got a big problem with the bell curve. I'm not trying to be, I don't know if it's a lot of these cats' jobs to substantiate white supremacist talking points or not, because that's all they do. And then when somebody bring them up, they outraged about the shit. I don't get it. Maybe they say that we dumb. Maybe I'm dumb. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, my transcripts and shit wouldn't say that, but they would say that my transcripts don't matter because they ain't nothing but white man education. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, I don't be knowing. The only thing I know anymore is cryptocurrency. So that's what I talk about. The only thing I know anymore is cryptocurrency. So that's what I talk about. Well, here go the thing, right? Shout out to Patrick, who perpetuates that narrative. Who perpetuates that narrative? Let me hit this alarm real quick. Hold on. We'll get back into this. Hold on.
Chips that it needs to train artificial intelligence models. And now the US government is threatening other countries, especially Singapore, and saying, if you sell any of these chips to China, we will impose heavy sanctions on you and tariffs on you and make you suffer. So Washington is getting increasingly desperate. And this is not just the Trump administration and the Republicans, it's also the Democrats. This is bipartisan. There is an obsession with trying to prevent China from technologically developing, or as the Biden administration's Commerce Secretary, Gina Raimondo, put it, the US goal is to slow down China's rate of innovation so these US corporations in Silicon Valley have no real competition. However, what the US government is learning very quickly is that every time it tries to ban one Chinese technology, another one becomes very popular. So the US government tried to ban TikTok and tried to force the Chinese parent company of TikTok, ByteDance, to sell it to a US big tech monopoly. And what happened? Many Americans moved over to another Chinese app called Xiaohongshu, or Little Red Book, or Red Note, as it's often translated. This became extremely popular as well. This was before DeepSeek, this Chinese AI app, became the most popular app in the US, overtaking OpenAI's ChatGPT. And now in Washington, the discussion is how they can try to ban DeepSeek like they tried to ban TikTok. But the reality is that DeepSeek is just the beginning. There are already many different Chinese companies developing very competitive AI models.
So you guys see, for the most part, right? Shout out to Maine. What's good with it, bro? You see my man right here breaking it down. You know, and I like I said, you know, I watch his channel a lot. He really goes in on the United States. You know what I'm saying? He really goes in on the United States. Now here go the thing, right? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick says everyone does this. They literally apply ratchet to all of us. It started with WP. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. I would agree that WP perpetuated it, right? I would agree with that. Now, as far as quote unquote literally applying things, my thing is that one thing that people tend to do is people tend to weaponize what people talk about and say recklessly. And I'm not trying to be funny, man, but a lot of people say a lot of reckless stuff with their chest out. And then when other people pick it up and start running with it, then they get outraged and mad about it. And like, yo, we got to chase tail and stop these people from saying this stuff. Why did you say it in the first place? Oh yeah, and facts to what y'all saying about them. This was I was going in on at the beginning of the stream. Does this sound like what they perpetuate America as? Oh, you know, merit based, no DEI, all of that, right? They're hypocrites. But here's the problem, though, right? They're not the only hypocrites. And the thing that is needs to be noted in this situation is that their hypocrisy generates revenue, and the hypocrisy, of people that are not really in the positions to be doing these kind of things generates negative revenue. You know what I'm saying? This is like all the bricks bros, right? The people that love bricks, the bricks bros. I mean, I would have thought that the bricks bros would have really been like really going in on this DeepSeek situation. This DeepSeek situation is very similar to the situation that Elon Musk deals with when it comes to the electronic vehicles. But everybody ignores it and they cheer Elon Musk on. He's the most qualified guy. I'm going to need people to start making their people great. Shout out to y'all, man. That's one of the reasons why I'm so happy that I have a high quality chat. I got a high quality chat. And listen, high quality is rare. Bitcoin is rare. You remember that dude came in the chat yesterday? You only got 15 people in your chat. You think anybody, talks about Bitcoin and says, it's only 21 million of you. Yeah, guess what, though? All 21 million of us, we each worth $100,000. Can you say that? What is this channel called? I think it's called Geopolitical Report. You would like this channel, DJ Elmo. This is a real good channel. Hold on real quick. Let me just double check the actual name real quick. Geopolitical Economy Report is the name of the channel. They got a whole MSNBC 40-minute segment on DeepSeek. That's interesting. Here, I'm about to put this in the chat for you, bro. All right, here you go. Now, I want y'all to understand this, right? When people say on YouTube, we want news, we just want some news that's made and geared for us. We just want, they don't, that's not true. They don't want news that's geared and made, quote unquote, for us. They want some gaslit shit that's going to make them feel good about their shitty ass lives and situations. That's what people want. They don't want no news that's geared here. You know what I'm saying? A lot of us is broke. Let's get this finance shit together here. That's geared and made for us. I don't know if anybody's aware. I know you all are aware. There's a racial wealth gap that's open like legs on prom night, you know what I'm saying, and getting wider like yoga class till 2053, right? So this shit is clearly geared towards us. I ain't trying to hear that shit. I'm trying to hear about this 89-year-old white woman that, you know what I'm saying, got into an argument with this 16-year-old at the Whole Foods in the white neighborhood. Old Karen. Okay. Dr. Rashad Ritchie got it for you. You know what I'm saying? Dr. Rashad Ritchie got that one for you.
In fact, some U.S. venture capitalists are terrified because they're warning that China is developing 10 different top-tier AI models from not only DeepSeek, but companies like Tencent, ByteDance, Alibaba, and many other companies you probably never even heard of. So what is the U.S. government going to try to do? Well, this was debated at a hearing of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee in Washington on the 30th of January.
So this is interesting, right? This is American hypocrisy. Yeah, them videos go crazy because that's what people gonna do. You know what I'm saying? Dealing with the Karen gonna fix all the issues. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit is it's just wild, bro. It's just bizarre. I'm telling you, man, when I tell you I never seen nothing like it, I'm so serious. I ain't never seen nothing. I've never seen anything like it. Never. Shout out to y'all, man. I appreciate y'all. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. I want you guys to listen. I want y'all to pay very close attention, man. Do y'all see how when people start talking about these issues and these type of things, like people just shut, like they can't operate it the same way, you know what I'm saying, when somebody says certain things, because people are controlled by things that people say, very simple shit, right? But simple people controlled by simple mechanisms, you know what I'm saying? So they get controlled by certain images and by certain things that people say. Then when you ask questions like, okay, like let's deal with this particular issue, they shut down in the same way. They shut down in the same way. Now, here goes the question. Why do they shut down like that? Man, fact. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, I'm over here looking at these discounts on crypto. I'm not worried about the target, bro. I'm trying to get some lick. I'm trying to get, hey, you listen, you know how people be like, I'm trying to hit a lick? When I say I'm trying to hit a lick, I'm trying to get liquid. I'm trying to get some liquidity. I'm trying to hit a lick. You know what I'm saying? I'm definitely trying to hit a lick. I'm trying to hit some liquid.
In a hearing titled The Malign Influence of the People's Republic of China at Home and Abroad. And in this hearing, the U.S. Senate discussed plans to steal Chinese engineers. That's the term they use, steal Chinese engineers. So steal talent from China.
So they doing Operation Paperclip again, but they're doing it with the Chinese engineers because they don't have enough Chads that are capable of doing it. The Chads ain't qualified. Shout out to my man Frozen. Throw some flames in the chat for Frozen. Frozen said, I'm dollar cost averaging right now, bro. Facts. Facts. Now, I want to ask y'all this question, right? I'm going to ask y'all this question. See, a lot of times people be complaining about my channel, right? They'd be like, if you made shorter videos, if you didn't just stream, if you made shorter videos, I'd watch the videos. And what happens is that them people was lying, right? Now, everybody that watches the streams always watches the videos, right? But the people that say that they'll watch the videos don't watch the videos. And believe it or not, as I'm doing this live stream right here, right? The live stream been like 2 hours and 54 minutes. It might take me about 45 minutes to an hour to edit a video. Why would I edit that video if ain't nobody gonna watch it? And I could actually just live stream the content and people will watch it because they would be engaged in the live chat. So my thing is like this, like I would be willing to make more videos if there would be engagement in the videos and if people would watch the shit, right? But you make the videos, and after you wasted all that time, you could have did a whole live stream and don't nobody watch the video. So I'm gonna trial this again, right? I'm gonna ask the people that's in here, because if you in here, if you in the trenches, if you in here now, you know what I'm saying, you in here, right? If I made videos, how many people would watch the videos? If you would watch the videos, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would not watch the videos, give me a thumbs down. And I know who be watching the videos. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Shout out to Carlton. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. You know what I'm saying? John Guillory. I know who watched the videos. DC Precise, Black Freethinker. It's the same people that watch the videos all the time, which there's nothing wrong with that. I appreciate all of them, right? But they can't carry the weight. And I know they're not the only ones that are like liking and watching videos, right? So if people ask for stuff, and then they after you've used your time and resources, then they just leave it out. They just leave it sitting out there and shit. So my thing is, I don't be feeling like doing something for nothing. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Maine. Yeah, in fact, I appreciate you, man. Like I said, for the most part, everybody that's in here, y'all in here. You know what I'm saying? Y'all see the badges. Y'all know what time it is. You know what I'm saying? This is the core people, right? So, like I said, I would make the videos, but y'all watched the videos. Y'all been in the video premiere. Y'all will be there. But where everybody else at? And my thing is, if I'm making videos, the videos got to do better than the live streams to grow the channel, or else it ain't no point in making them. And I'm wasting all that time when I could just do a live stream. So I would do it if people will watch it. But go look at the old videos, man. The track record is, don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, people be, you know what I'm saying? People be weird. Like I said, shout out to the people that's here. Y'all know I'm not talking about y'all. People be weird when it comes to fucking with my channel, which I don't understand. Like, don't subscribe then. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm the only person that really be telling people, like, don't subscribe. For real, like, seriously, don't hit the bell twice. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't subscribe to my channel if you're not gonna watch it. You're fucking my channel up. Somebody else that, you know what I'm saying, because of that shit, the algorithm might not push my shit to somebody that would watch it. People just be nosy though. Like, I swear, like, I think it's some people that's just so nosy, they subscribe to like every single channel, like every black person that they know that's associated with each other, just to watch and be nosy and see if it's like any type of fallout or if anybody have any type of beef. And then it'd be like 300, 400, 500 people in the chat. But if somebody, like, you know, we talking about this shit because, you know what I'm saying, it's the kind of shit we interested in. You know, I'm gonna watch and look for some drama shit to look at. Like, you don't need to subscribe to my channel for that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can I don't know, just watch the shit, ghost watch it or whatever they call it, right? Or watch the other person that might be talking crazy about me. I'm sure they'll be reacting to a video if they do that. So just watch that shit over there. Like, don't have my channel with all these damn subscribers and don't nobody will watch the videos. Like, I've never seen anything like this. Have y'all? If you guys have ever seen anything like this, give me a thumbs up. If you haven't, give me a thumbs down. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just curious. Well, shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, "Do what makes sense for your channel." No, I'm what makes sense to my channel, to me, is to make the type of content at the delivery that the people that engage it the most want it in. So that's why I'm coming to y'all with it. Shout out to Windows Rug. Windows Rug said people like that stuff. You don't have to be smart to talk about it. Yeah, that's real, bro. That shit's real. But so we went on a hella tangent, but that was a fun tangent though. That that was a fun tangent. We cleared the chat out to where now we got like actual like hardcore solid, all the for real hardcore Black Light Revelations people in the chat. Everybody else, we purified that motherfucker. We got them all out of there like sunlight. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So this is just exposing the hypocrisy of the United States. And again, that hypocrisy of the United States, it doesn't discriminate. It don't matter if it's the Democrats and it don't matter if it's the Republicans. You know what I'm saying? You got some people that, oh, yo, you know, Trump don't do it. Yes, he does. And then you got the people that's crazy. Oh, you know, niggas like Rob be supporting Trump. Like, niggas like Rob support whoever gonna get Bitcoin's price to $1 million. That's what niggas like Rob do. You know what I'm saying? Wait a minute, hold on. Litecoin is up 60%. I gotta go look at my phone real quick, bro. You know I got y'all gonna have to watch this video for a quick second. I gotta go look at my phone again real quick. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know I got a lot of Litecoin. Hold on real quick.
And they also discussed plans to block and cut off other Chinese apps and competitors like they tried to do to TikTok. As expert testimony in this hearing, the Senate invited several former U.S. government officials who are now working in different U.S. government think tanks in Washington. There's a revolving door between them. One of these so-called experts was Melanie Hart, who's an extreme China hawk. She previously worked for the U.S. State Department and oversaw the State Department's semiconductor strategy, trying to block China from getting access to chips to prevent it from competing with U.S. big tech monopolies. She's now the director of the China Hub at the Atlantic Council, which is a very hawkish think tank in Washington, funded by the U.S. government.
Let's steal their best engineers. China's national engineers developed the DeepSeek AI model that surprised the world this week. We'd be better off if the engineers behind that were working here in the U.S. and U.S. universities and U.S. companies.
Another expert who was invited to the Senate hearing is Peter Mattis. He's a CIA veteran and an extreme China hawk. He's the president of the Jamestown Foundation, which is closely linked to the CIA. It was originally founded during the first Cold War, backed by the CIA to provide jobs to right-wing dissidents from the Soviet Union who would go to the United States, and then the CIA would use this foundation to give them jobs.
Look, bro, you had me dead. I went to look. I'm like, man, what Carlton talking about, man? Litecoin ain't up no damn 60%. What app is he using? Lighten Tree? I'm not sure. I've never heard about that coin. I'm gonna have to check them out. What's the name of that one token? OCN or something like that? OCX? I think it's OCX. That OCX token is not on crypto.com. I think it's on Coinbase. I'm definitely about to get that. I'm about to start saving a little bit of that up. I'm finna hit that on the dips. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said, we have a lot of left brain conversations. The lift has discouraged and promoted more left brain activity, left brain and left wing. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, so training Americans isn't an option, but getting Chinese engineers is more important. I would, here's what I would say. My thing is, why would you train American engineers, right? If the Chinese engineers are already trained, ready, and implemented, they're already trained and ready to be implemented right into the job. See, the United States education system should be putting out more capable engineers, right? And, America, people that are here in America should have more of a focus on education. Like the most popular career, when asked, a lot of kids, they want to become YouTubers. Because the United States is a first world country where people can do stuff like become a YouTuber. And when the kids want to become YouTubers, the kids, they trying to do like, 1, 2, 3, go. I don't know if y'all familiar with them type of channels. If y'all got kids or not, they watch YouTube, you know what I'm saying? Like stuff like 1, 2, 3, go. They trying to do YouTube stuff like that, like fun stuff. But the thing is that's not reality, but the parents gaslight their kids. You can just be a YouTuber. There's not a lot of people that's really coming out with qualifications to be engineers. Listen, listen, bro. Listen, I'm gonna tell you something. And again, this gonna clear if it's some contaminants in the chat. This gonna clear the contaminants out, right? Y'all know how I be doing those calculations when it comes to the cryptocurrency, real quick, moving the decimals and stuff like that, bro. Most adults have no idea how to do that. Most adults cannot do basic math, let alone advanced math. If you put a problem, like if you put 2x plus 4y plus 18 on a piece of paper and said, factor this equation, most people would be clueless. Look, most people clueless if you tell it, look, what's PEMDAS? If you ask somebody the question, what is PEMDAS? How many people know what PEMDAS is? Why am I saying that? I'm saying that to say this. If you don't even know what PEMDAS is, you have no business questioning where, where anybody is going to get an engineer from. Because if you don't know what PEMDAS is, you know what I'm saying? you definitely are not about to engineer anything except for a failing grade in math. So I don't think America, it's not that simple. Like people want to, like a lot of people think that America we got all these engineers. Listen, I used to tutor math. Yeah, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. Parentheses, exponents, multiplication, division, add, and subtraction. That's the order of operations. You know what I'm saying? A large majority of Americans cannot do math. They cannot do math at all. They cannot do math. You know what I'm saying? So when people be like, yeah, why can't you just get you can't even find an American that can do trans math like on the street. You can't find it. Like if I told an American, what's the equation for a linear graph? Nobody would be able to tell me like what's the format for a linear graph? Most people I don't know. What's the Pythagorean theorem? I don't know. What's the isosceles triangle? I don't know. What is pi? I don't know. Something that you eat. I mean, it's not that easy. No, Patrick, bro, I'm not gonna come on. I am not gonna come on. No. I will come on and say these motherfuckers are dumb. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna come on. And I don't know if we can teach people or not. Bro, I used to teach math. I used to be a tutor. You know what I'm saying? I used to tutor at the college that I went to. And I never had a lack of work. And then I used to work for Upward Bound, right? It's not about it being hopeless, bro. It's about what do people want to do. It's about what do people want to do. And again, I don't know, bro. Like, you know, you should be a philanthropist or something like that because you got a lot of sympathy for the incapable, right? Me personally, bro, like nope. This is the facts, bro. Don't nobody know how to do math. So here's the thing, right? If you have a already qualified and already capable engineer, why would you wait 4 years to teach an American person math that they may or may not be competent in? Why would you do that? Why isn't the American person already competent in math? One of the reasons why Americans are not very competent in math, for one, is because of the measuring system. We don't use metric like the rest of the world. The metric measuring system will help you with stuff like exponents. It'll help you with logarithms because it's base 10. We use the imperial measuring system, which the rest of the world does not use. Literally, you can go in if you're from somewhere else, you can go anywhere and buy gas and beverages because it's measured in liters. If you're from the United States, most people don't know the conversions. Here you go. Hey, here you go right here. How many kilograms is in a pound? Or how many pounds is in a kilogram? See? See? Win, lose, you forgot the decimal, but win, lose the rug is close. Yeah, it's 2.2. 2.2 pounds. How many centimeters is in an inch? This is what I'm saying. Now, I'm not qualified to be an engineer, right? So if I'm not qualified to be an engineer, come on. If I'm not mistaken, it's 2.25 centimeters in an inch. Somebody double check. Somebody check. How many centimeters in an inch? If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure it's 2.25. Might be more or less, like a tenth, or it might be 100th more or less. How many centimeters in an inch? It's 2.54. Let me ask you this question. Which one is metric? Fahrenheit or Celsius? 2.54. This is what I'm saying. Now, let me ask y'all this. Any of this, do you think any of these things you might need to know for engineering? Where the engineers at? Yeah, shout out to Frozen. Celsius, facts. How do you know? Because 100 is boiling point. 100, base 10. Is right on the base 10. You know what I'm saying? 1,000. You know what I'm saying? A liter, right, is 1,000 milliliters. You know what I'm saying? It moves up the decimal place, right? That's very easy. You know what I'm saying? But that's not what's taught in American schools. How come they don't teach that in American schools? So here goes my question. Out of everybody that's outraged about United States possibly, I don't know, getting these Chinese engineers, do y'all know somebody that could come up with this software? Can you do it? Can anybody write programs in Visual Basic, JavaScript, Python, C++, Cobalt, any programming language? Nobody can do this shit. These motherfuckers can't even cook a recipe if somebody wrote it in metric. Everybody in America would mess up the food if they had to cook a recipe in metric. That's pathetic. And talking about DEI, they're supposed to be building planes and computer chips and shit like that. Come on, man. Come on, like this is the raw reality of it, man. The American education system created a bunch of outdated, undereducated people. Because, you know what I'm saying? Like, what's the need to be competitive when you got prosperity on your side? All these people that are outraged about immigration, none of them have applied for one of these jobs, and they know why they haven't applied for it. Yeah, I got it. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. That's facts. Win Lose a Rug said they don't teach because the masses were meant to be consumers. Facts. Yeah, facts. Shout out to Maine. Maine said not many. And the first class that I took that goes through doing conversions was a physics class. And now, for the most part, right, like in most cases, cooking is physics, right? And cooking is chemistry, right? You need to get water to boiling points. You need to stir certain shit to particular consistency. That's physics and chemistry. We need to change the state of this water. You know what I'm saying? By bringing the temperature to or above 100 degrees. We need to convert this from a solid, or we need to convert this from a liquid to a gas. That's chemistry. Shout out to Cameron. What's good with it, bro? How do you convert it? Okay, the instructions are we need to get it to 100 degrees Celsius. And then because it's water and water has certain chemical and physical properties, it'll change state. It's chemistry. I need to fry some eggs. We talked about this. We need to change the 3D orientation of a protein called albumin. This is chemistry. How do you do that? You denature the protein by either stirring it vigorously, right, and kinetic energy will break down the 3D orientation, or we'll heat it to a high degree, and that'll break down the 3D orientation. And we know that the 3D orientation has been broken down when the egg goes from translucent to a solid opaque white? Like, people can't be honest about themselves. They should be giving us them jobs. Here's my thing, right? If people feel that the United States or anybody should be quote unquote giving them jobs, then they should be giving the employer a qualified candidate. You should, if you feel that you should be given an engineering job over any of these people that they say these people already did this shit, let me get these people here, then you need to present to the job a qualified candidate who can do what those people did or better. If you can't even write in cursive, you definitely ain't writing no programming language. Why should somebody hire your raggedy ass? You need to find a job that's actually for you. You remember when Kevin Samuels told that woman, you need to find a man that's actually on your level. You need to find a job that's actually for you. A cash register is more in line with your qualifications. You know what I'm saying? That's more in line with your knowledge base. That's more in line with what you know what I'm saying? What you can do. Like I said, listen, man, I'm not trying to blow my own horn or nothing like that, man. I'm very versed in a lot of different subjects, mainly a lot of science. I'm highly, like, when they like, when you see the villains and like the villains just randomly be knowing how to do like all type of crazy ass science shit, like I'm actually that person. And I'm not qualified to be an engineer. I know how to genetically manipulate E. coli. I know how to write basic programs with Excel spreadsheets. I know how to do basic financial accounting and ABC costing systems. For the most part, I can crudely make certain polycarbons. Like, I know all kinds of shit. I'm not qualified to be an engineer. You know what I'm saying? So this is what I'm saying. Like, when people just like, I understand that in theory. And now here's the thing, right? I think that it's circumstance. If there was an abundance of engineers or people who are qualified to be engineers in the United States, I don't think that the United States would have a problem with using American engineers. The problem is that this is just evidence that there's a shortage. And I gotta agree with honestly, I was about to say I agree with Cameron, but I don't believe in good or bad. So I you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? But I just don't believe, I don't accept the same way, you know, people be saying like, yo, you know, the Democrats and Republicans are two birds of the same stone. You know what I'm saying? There's two birds of the same feather, or two birds of the same wing, or whatever. Two wings on the same bird. That's what it is. If you ask me, good and evil is two wings on the same bird. There's good, there's evil, and there's reality. You know what I'm saying? The heroes is always good. The anti-heroes, who most people think are the villains, are the villains. And then, like, the actual problematic motherfuckers are the people that are, like, beyond all that shit. They're beyond good and evil. That's where I'm at on the spectrum. I'm beyond good and evil. When you get to the good and evil are forms of biases. When you're good, you only see things a certain way. When you're so-called evil, you only see things a certain way. When you become beyond good and evil, you have accepted the reality that everything is the problem. And this is why you see most people who get to that beyond good or evil stage, these is them bad guys that's trying to like destroy the entire universe type shit. That's why. It's because at first they were on one side, either good or evil. And they discovered something about one or the other. They discovered something about the side that they were respectively fighting for that was fundamentally incorrect. I would go as far as to say that's what ended up getting Malcolm X deleted. Malcolm X was at that I'm beyond this Nation of Islam thing. Oh, we can't have that shit. We definitely can't have that shit. He found out that he was let down by the people that he was supposed to be building up. And so he started his own thing. And they couldn't have that. Sometimes the reality is reality that you don't want to accept. But that's just a test of your strength. It don't matter if you want to accept it or not. The only thing that matters is what you do with the information that you now have. Because like I said, when you get these new sets of information that fundamentally change the way that you see the world, these are reset points in your life, like a video game. And you can either stay at that point or you can accept what you received and continue forward on your whatever it is that you're doing. And that's where I'm at. I don't like the reality that I received. But that doesn't change anything. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is that you got to decide and you got to analyze your own human capabilities and you got to ask yourself, are you durable enough to survive this turbulence that you're about to put yourself through? And most people probably don't think that they can. So they just, just do whatever. You know what I'm saying? I don't care about a little turbulence. I don't think anybody should care about a little turbulence. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. The catalyst that changes the trajectory. Yeah. You've been fighting a mission this entire time, and then you happen to be somewhere late, and you see the leader of the group that you're supposedly fighting for doing back alley deals with the group that you're fighting against. And this is the person that manages your group of soldiers. And you fighting for this cause, and the person that's your boss is making a deal with them people. That should change. That'll change you right there. And then you're the only one that saw it. And nobody's willing to accept reality. So now everybody's your enemy. You know what I'm saying? So now you got to deal with everybody. You got the black people calling you a coon, and you got the white people calling you a black supremacist. You know what I'm saying? That's the reality of shit. That's 2025. You know what I'm saying? And then, 100, 200, 300 years into the future, when somebody's looking for an idea, because as time progresses, people become less and less creative. They come across your channel and say, this shit is pretty cool, man. You know what I'm saying? This motherfucker has some cool artwork. You talk about some weird, interesting, nuanced shit with some untried perspectives. I'm about to borrow a little bit of this. And then next thing you know, it's like everybody was an expert about what you was talking about, but didn't nobody fuck with you back in the day. That's how a lot of people are that got holidays and shit like that today. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, we rock with this person. Oh, well, your grandparents and parents didn't really rock with them like that. You know what I'm saying? Check the track record, man. People gotta have better future vision. And to me, see, and listen, I'm gonna tell y'all something, man. Not being good at math will make it where you don't have accurate future vision. The better you are at math, the better and more accurately you'll be able to predict future events. Shout out to Patrick. I appreciate you, bro. Make sure y'all show Patrick some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Patrick for funding the organization. Definitely appreciate you, bro.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the march of dimes.
See, like when you see those really bad villains, is the bad villains that in whatever series they in, they mastered the forces of the light and they mastered the forces of darkness. Those is the problematic motherfuckers that take the entire X-Men and the Avengers to deal with. But you got to ask yourself, well, how did you end up mastering the forces of darkness, and how did you master the forces of light? Because I got fucked over by both. But don't nobody tell that part of the story. Now you're just old and ugly with a hood on and lightning coming out of your hands, and everybody's scared of you because you can move shit with your brain. You know what I'm saying?
And this guy, Peter Mattis, who leads this very hawkish neoconservative foundation, he previously worked for the U.S. House of Representatives Select Committee on China. And in this Senate hearing, a senator asked him what he thinks that the U.S. government should do with these Chinese apps like DeepSeek and Red Note. And his response was that the U.S. government should ban them and should.
I thought these was the non-censorship people. Wait a minute. I thought these were. Wait a minute. Let's get this together real quick. I thought these were the non-censorship people. These are the people that are about free speech. Free speech. They're about free speech. Why are we why are we talking about banning? I thought that if you were qualified, right? If you're qualified and you're the best guy for the job, oh, you don't need to talk about banning, right? You don't need to talk about banning because you can do it. Like they said on, what was that? Was that on Waterboy? You can do it, right? Shout out to my man Reaper. You can do it, huh? Huh? You can do it, huh? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the Reaper.
And this guy, Peter Mattis, who leads this very hawkish neoconservative foundation, he previously worked for the U.S. House of Representatives Select Committee on China. And in this Senate hearing, a senator asked him what he thinks that the U.S. government should do with these Chinese apps like DeepSeek and Red Note. And his response was that the US government should ban them and should prevent people from being able to download them in the App Store.
What should we do about Red Note and DeepSeek and other platforms like that?
I think for those kinds of platforms, you have to adopt the same approach that was applied to TikTok, that it either is sort of removed from the control or it is no longer available in the App Store.
Does anybody have an answer for this? Well, let me ask y'all this. Isn't this cancel culture? If this is cancel culture, give me a thumbs up. If this is not cancel culture, give me a thumbs down. What's going on here? What's going on? What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? What is this? What's going on? I need somebody to tell me what's going on. What's going on here? You know what I'm saying? Now, listen, this is what I don't understand. And I truly don't understand this. As many fumbles, follies, and foolishness that is provided to us on a daily basis by a lot of these clowns, why isn't it that we don't see more wreckage? Why is it that we don't see more wreckage? You know what I'm saying? People should be putting this stuff on blast day by day, every single day. They give you enough evidence. They give you enough content. You know what I'm saying? Make sure y'all do me a favor and go over and subscribe to Rumble if you're not subscribed. And while you're over there, hit the like. You can chat over there too, or you can come back. What happened? What are we doing here? What's going on?
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So this is the US government's response to Chinese competition. They don't want Chinese competition. They don't want competition from anyone. They only want their big tech corporations in Silicon Valley to be global monopolies. But the narrative now being used to try to justify banning Chinese competitors is that OpenAI claims that DeepSeek was using OpenAI's models in order to develop DeepSeek's models. Now, this is hilarious on so many levels because OpenAI is notorious for basically using the entire internet, ignoring all intellectual property and using everything, sucking it up for data to train its large language models. This has been known for years. It has been reported on in the press. OpenAI has used all of our personal information, scrubbing social media platforms, scrubbing everything on the internet. So, I mean, this is just so hypocritical. But it's also hilarious because now on Twitter, there are tons of developers who work in AI who are saying that they have evidence that OpenAI has used their models, has used their source code, has used their programming, their work in order to develop its own models. So OpenAI is accusing DeepSeek of what it has done for years. And the cherry on top of this hypocrisy, which is so funny, is that after DeepSeek went mega viral and became the most...
Shout out to my man AW1. What's good with it, bro? Now, I want to this right here, right? This is, and now you guys see the title? Chinese AI spanks American tech. They put it right there. They was cruising for a bruising and got one. How many of y'all parents used to say that? You cruising for a bruising. And now look at the America scrambling. Oh, we got to ban this. They sounded like Trick Daddy. We're gonna let the ban handle this. What do you do with OpenAI? What do you do with OpenAI? We're gonna let the ban handle this.
Most popular app in the US. ChatGPT changed its website and added chain of thought. If you use it, you can go to the bottom and there's a little light bulb and it says think. And this is chain of thought, which is based exactly on what DeepSeek did. This is why developers on Twitter are joking that they have evidence that OpenAI is training on DeepSeek's user interface. OpenAI, they just took the idea from DeepSeek, and now they're accusing DeepSeek of using their work. And there's another big irony in all of this.
So do you guys see, again, this is why this is so important. Oh, Rob, why are you drawing this out? Why are you drawing this OpenAI thing out? I thought people liked to hear about the type of hypocrisies these people do. I thought. Right? Well, in my realm of the type of topics and content that I talk about, here's your example. Now, this is all kinds of hypocritical, right? Shout out to the Reaper. Huh? Huh? This is all type of hypocritical. Huh? Huh? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Right. Only America. Yeah. You know how America is. America go along with the Fox shit.
He going along with the Fox shit. Don't touch me. I'm about to change on your ass. I'll beat your ass with my elbows. Werewolf style.
Oh, man. Right? Huh? Like the Reaper say, huh? Right? Yeah. I thought people liked their hypocrisy. Hearing about it. Look at what they're doing. They're scrambling. They stealing the intelligence. They stealing the technology, and then turn around saying that China stole the technology. What y'all think about that?
Of this, which is that when Peter Thiel, the tech billionaire, was invited to give a talk in 2014 at Stanford University, and his lecture was titled "Competition is for Losers," he argued in defense of monopolies. Can you guess who invited him? It was another Silicon Valley billionaire, Sam Altman, who is the CEO of OpenAI.
Boom. Do y'all see the value chain? Now, I've been talking about the value chain forever, right? Again, like I said, I don't know how often people watch all the content. I don't know how often people watch the replays and all that. But like I said, it gets to the point of where you're literally doing the same stream all the time. Regardless of whatever the topic might be, it gets to the point. It gets to the point where you're doing the same stream all the time. So now I want you guys to pay very close attention to this value chain, right? Do you see how all these guys are cool with each other? What's about to happen is these people are going to make a bunch of laws to facilitate to where these companies have record incomes, record revenues, record stock growth. All right. Subsidized by the United States. These people are all friends. This is one of the reasons why these people are at the forefront of a lot of these political initiatives. None of this stuff is an emergency. Let me ask y'all this. What out of any of this is an emergency? What's an emergency here? Shout out to Win-Lose Rugs. This third dude is mad short. Yeah, he's short, bro. That dude tiny, man. He don't even look, he's like a little kid compared to the rest of them. They about to put some telephone books down so he can stand up and at least have his mouth at the level of the mic. Or either they're going to shrink the podium into the floor. They're going to shrink the podium into the floor or something, because he's not, his eyes ain't getting over that podium the way that things are right now. They're going to have to do something. You know what I'm saying? They're going to have to do something for his short ass. He looked like he about 5'3". That podium looked like it's about 5'5". So I don't know.
Today's speaker is Peter Thiel. Peter was the founder of PayPal and Palantir and Founders Fund, and has invested in most of the tech companies in Silicon Valley. And he's going to talk about strategy and competition. Thank you for coming, Peter.
Awesome. Thanks. Sam, thanks for inviting me. Thanks for having me.
So all of these Silicon Valley CEOs want monopolies. It's not just Peter Thiel. He's the one who said it openly, but Sam Altman of OpenAI is the one who invited him to argue in defense of monopolies against competition. And now OpenAI is complaining about Chinese competition and asking the US government to help it to restrict Chinese competition,
which is the same thing that the United States has been doing for Elon Musk. Now, here's my question. I want to know what people think about this. Like, again, these are the hypocrisies of the United States. Now, again, I want to ask you guys this question. When it comes to this situation with open AI, how many people were aware of this entire drama? If you guys were aware of this, give me a thumbs up. If you guys were not aware of this, give me a thumbs down.
Because they want a monopoly. And it's not just them. Another American tech CEO, Dario Amodei, published an article in the Wall Street Journal in January asking Donald Trump to put further restrictions on Chinese competitors so the US can maintain an AI monopoly.
Now, I want to ask you guys this question, right? If the United States is not organically able to keep up with China in regards to the quote-unquote AI race, is the United States creating a price value bubble for the prices of all of the non-competitive American AI companies? What we're seeing here is that if China is the superior AI manufacturer and China's being restricted by unfair commerce practices by the United States, do the prices of these businesses actually reflect the value of these businesses? Let me know what you think. The reason why I'm saying that is to say this. That's what that sell-off was rooted in. Because what we have, if this is the case, is a bubble. And when there's a bubble, what happens?
And he published this article in the Wall Street Journal along with co-author Matt Pottinger, who's a neoconservative China hawk, who was previously the deputy national security advisor to Donald Trump in his first administration. Now, who is Dario Amodei? He is the CEO of the US AI company Anthropic, and some of the main investors in Anthropic are Amazon and Google. They have a direct partnership. So this guy, Dario Amodei, is a key part of Silicon Valley, of the AI big tech community. And in his article...
Now, let me ask you guys this question. Anthropic, is that a company whose price action and price movements we should pay attention to? Because let's ask the question, is the United States going to let Anthropic fail? Is the United States going to jeopardize possibly causing a geopolitical war to make sure that Anthropic is competitive? If you guys think that that's going to happen, then give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't think that that's going to happen, then give me a thumbs down. What's the likelihood of the United States protecting Anthropic? Let me know what you guys think.
Article in the Wall Street Journal, Amodei asked Donald Trump to put more restrictions on Chinese competitors because he insisted that, quote, the U.S. must lead the world in artificial intelligence to preserve national security, end quote. Essentially, his argument was that the U.S. empire has to dominate the entire world. We can't allow China to have this technology because then they could challenge U.S. hegemony, U.S. dominance. He said that if the U.S. dominates AI with the help of Trump restricting Chinese tech, it would provide a historic advantage for the U.S. He said AI will become the most powerful and strategic technology in history. He continued noting how AI technology will help to, quote, extend...
So now let me ask you this question. This is very important. This is key information to our strategy. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to TD Media Group. TD Media Group says 3 hours and 44 minutes. Ninja, shut up. Look, we're going to hit TD with the unpopular opinion. If you guys want me to end the stream right now and y'all can figure the rest of this shit out on your own, give me a thumbs up. If you guys want me to continue, because we, you know what I'm saying, about to get in on this, then throw some flames in the chat. Shout out to my man TD though. What's good with it, bro? So if AI is the most strategic technology going forward in the future, how do you feel about investments into it? TD, you looks like you outnumbered, bro. You outnumbered, my man. And I got somebody. Damn, man, somebody just subscribed too. Somebody just subscribed too. You know what I'm saying? They really trolling your ass, bro, because don't nobody ever subscribe to the channel. You know what I'm saying? They did that just to get at you. Shout out to Shout out to Ronell. You know what I'm saying? Peace, Ronell. Appreciate you subscribing. Oh, you almost got the unit called on you, bro. Do we need the unit in the chat? Do the unit need to do we need the unit on aisle 5? You know what I'm saying?
American military preeminence, end quote. So arguing that the Pentagon could use artificial intelligence to threaten other countries like China to maintain its global empire. And he said, quote, if they fail, another nation, most likely China, could surpass us economically and militarily, end quote. So the entire framing is about maintaining U.S. hegemony.
So now here's the thing, right? I want to ask you guys this question. Is it illegal for a country to pass the United States in some form of technology? Like, I mean, if, you know, I thought it was the best man for the job type thing. I thought it was the best man for the job type thing.
And weakening China. And what is his solution to try to do this? He calls for export controls, which ban shipments to China of high-end chips needed to train advanced AI models. He said these are
there goes the chip restriction. How do you just do that? You're just not allowed to get these chips. How do you do that? Seriously, I need you guys to tell me in the chat, how do you do that? You're just not allowed to use these chips, because if you use these chips, you might actually come up with a better product than what we have to offer. How do you do that? Oh, the unit there. The unit looking TD, the unit here. You know what I'm saying? the unit them showed up, bro. You know what I'm saying?
artificial intelligence to preserve national security, end quote. Essentially, his argument was that the US empire has to dominate the entire world. We can't allow China to have this technology because then they could challenge US hegemony, US dominance. He said that if the US dominates AI with the help of Trump restricting Chinese tech, it would provide a historic advantage for the US. He said AI will become the most powerful and strategic technology in history. He continued noting how AI technology will help to, quote, extend American military preeminence, end quote. So arguing that the Pentagon could use artificial intelligence to threaten other countries like China to maintain its global empire. And he said, quote, if they fail, another nation, most likely China, could surpass us economically and militarily, end quote. So the entire framing is about maintaining US hegemony and weakening China. And what is his solution to try to do this? He calls for export controls, which ban shipments to China of high-end chips needed to train advanced AI models. He said these are a valuable tool in slowing down China's AI development. And he noted that this is bipartisan. These restrictions started under Trump and were expanded under Biden. And now he's saying that the Trump administration, the second Trump term, should go nuclear and just put full-on restrictions, as many restrictions as possible, on China to block off all competition to use.
Now, again, we're putting these restrictions on China to, quote unquote, block off all competition based on what infraction? Based on what infraction that China did is this happening? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said that's another cause for the sell-off. If they are able to produce this powerful of an AI with basically older tech, that would be a huge blow to the U.S. Facts, it would expose the inefficiency, and it would expose the awkwardness and overpricing of the technologies of all of these other billion-dollar companies. Imagine, right? Imagine China being able to do this with the minimal amount of resources, and American companies having the maximum amount of resources, and they can't keep up with the Chinese company with the minimum amount of resources. This would just completely, expose the United States tech companies, right? Which, if you ask me, I mean, it's probably been pretty successful exploiting them, and now investors are like, well, I need to take my money out of this company and more than likely put it into one of these companies, right? Yeah, shout out to man. You've been gone for a minute, but you back now. We good to have you back. When I put the BLR2 channel back up, which it should be back up in a few weeks, you got to go watch that. We got to go watch that Black voter monolith series. We talked about inefficiency ad nauseum. You know what I'm saying?
U.S. Silicon Valley monopolies. Now, that article in the Wall Street Journal was published in early January. A few weeks later, Dario Amodei, this Silicon Valley CEO backed by Amazon and Google, on his website, he published another article arguing again for stronger U.S. export controls on China. And he specifically addressed the competition posed by DeepSeek. In this article, he was even more blatant about his goal. He said clearly that the goal is to maintain a unipolar world in which the US dominates the entire world through the use of AI technology. And he said, the question is whether China will be able to get millions of chips, which it will need in order to develop its own AI tech. And he said, if China can, we will live in a bipolar world where both the US and China have powerful AI models. But he doesn't want a bipolar world, yet alone a multipolar world. He wants a unipolar world, a global dictatorship controlled by the US with no competition. And he said, if the US puts more and more restrictions on China, and if the US prevents China from getting chips, he wrote, quote, we'll at least temporarily live in a unipolar world where only the US and its allies have these models.
I mean, they actually put this into writing is wild. Like the fact that they actually put that into writing is wild. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, because these people move for war always. Doesn't matter if China has no interest in going at the USA. The problem is that they are a threat, and that means they could do something even if they don't. And now, if you ask me, right, the wise people, the people that have a learning curve, the people that utilize their brain power would say, if this is the way that we move, not only do we need to, if this is the way that those people move, not only do we need to move in that same exact way, but what we need to do is we need to make sure that we maintain control, you know what I'm saying, and make sure that we keep knocking them down so that they're never able to be competitive as far as being a threat to what we got going on. Now, you guys see the United States, you see how the United States plays. The United States is playing dirty. Now, again, let me ask y'all this question, right? Where are people actually talking? Like, now, see, here goes the thing, right? Going beyond our immediate sector of YouTube, right? Going beyond our immediate sector of YouTube. Who else is talking about this issue right here? Because if you ask me, this is huge, right? This is huge. This right here, what we're watching right here, this is the new Cold War. You know what I'm saying? Like, people don't realize that this is World War III right here. This is the new Cold War. This is it. But people they ain't up to speed.
That the goal is to maintain a unipolar world in which the US dominates the entire world through the use of AI technology. And he said, the question is whether China will be able to get millions of chips, which it will need in order to develop its own AI tech. And he said, if China can, we will live in a bipolar world where both the US and China have powerful AI models.
So I want you guys to understand this, right? I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again, right? And I want people to understand what I'm saying. When the United States says freedom to do what you want to comes with control, complete control of everything and everyone else. You can't have freedom if you don't have control over everything. You don't have freedom. You know what I'm saying? You're restricted by what you don't have control over, right? So understand, like, when the United States says, oh, freedom and yada yada yada, the reason why the people were saying that they had freedom is because the other people that were around, they had them subjugated. So they did have freedom. You know what I'm saying? They did have freedom, right? and that culture applies globally. So like you see it here in the business world, right? So people got to understand, people need to comprehend that and understand that and deal with it. You know what I'm saying? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all would disagree, give me a thumbs down. And shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, geez, lit has increased over 140% since my last post about it in the chat. Yo, is it on crypto.com? Which is it on Coinbase? Where the coin at?
But he doesn't want a bipolar world, yet alone a multipolar world. He wants a unipolar world, a global dictatorship controlled by the US with no competition. And he said, if the US puts more and more restrictions on China, and if the US prevents China from getting chips, he wrote, quote, will at least temporarily live in a unipolar world where only the US and its allies have these models, end quote. And then he said that, quote, in this world, the US and its allies might take a commanding and long-lasting lead on the global stage. Well-enforced export controls are the only thing that can prevent China from getting millions of chips and are therefore the most important determinant of whether we end up in a unipolar or bipolar world, end quote. So this is Silicon Valley's real goal, and we very rarely hear it stated so honestly, so openly. These powerful tech CEOs backed by Amazon and Google, they're saying they want the United States to be the unipolar power that controls the entire world. And what's so funny about this and so ironic is that these tech CEOs don't realize the implications of what they're saying because they live in a little bubble surrounded by US imperialists funded by the US government with big contracts, and they're surrounded by other big tech billionaires who have the same worldview. And at the end of his article, he warned of a, quote, authoritarian government that has committed human rights violations, has behaved aggressively on the world stage, and will be far more unfettered in these actions if they're able to match the US in AI, end quote.
Now, again, right, what do you guys think about what's being said here? If you... I got to ask you guys this question. Do you guys see why it's so important for us to form this conglomerate by the end of the year? How many people think that these people should just be allowed to just get away with this nonsense, just saying this BS unfettered? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man TD. Make sure y'all show TD some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat. Yo, if I'm not mistaken, let me see. Are we 4 out of 5? Yeah, we're 4 out of 5. We only need one more orange. Shout out to y'all, man. Y'all doing the damn. Y'all doing the damn. Y'all doing the damn. You know what I'm saying? TD said, why was y'all live? Why was you live for 3 hours? Because my people make me great. My people come through for me. You know what I'm saying? My people make me great. When I'm on the stage, they say, who you want to thank? I want to thank my chat. You know what I'm saying? I want to thank my chat. TD said, I used to be like this guy in my 20s, but as I've gotten older, more mature and realistic, I'm 100% cool with our president ruling with an iron fist to keep the U.S. #1. What say you? I'm interested in whoever gets Bitcoin to $1 million while I still have some youth and before I have gray hair. You know what I'm saying? So if it happened to be Trump, you know what I'm saying? Yay, Trump. If it happened to be JD Vance, yay, JD Vance. Now we know it ain't going to be a Democrat. You know what I'm saying? But as far as I'm concerned, my only concern is Bitcoin making me rich. You know what I'm saying? Now, and here goes my thing, right? Here's my thing. That's an interesting point that you bring up, right? Because here's the question, right? Does the iron fist extend to this? Right? Does it extend to this? That's the question. I don't know. So here, I guess I would have to ask this question, right? Where are the cutoffs of what ruling is? Now, when we say rule with an iron fist, are we talking about our president ruling the United States with an iron fist? Or are we talking about our president ruling the world with an iron fist? Or are we talking about both? I think that's a good question for good discussion. Because as far as this guy goes, right, as far as the content creator that's creating this video. Okay, so you say honestly both. I think my answer is still the same. Whoever gets Bitcoin to $1 million, you know what I'm saying, is because my thing is the United, as far as it goes, right? I will benefit directly from the United States being number one, just like everybody else does, right? I think that a lot of people have a disillusion, and I find it fascinating, right? And again, the disillusion comes with the dual reality people. Let me give you this about to be long. This about to add another 5 hours to the stream, right? So let me just go ahead and give TD his drop. Make sure y'all show TD some love. He bought y'all lunch. You know what I'm saying? He bought y'all some of that good MAGA lunch. You know what I'm saying? Some good green bean casserole and yellow dinner rolls with mayonnaise on them.
In Springfield,
Don't push me, ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the... Said it was some Haitians somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels. Have you seen Garfield? Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is coughing up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit. Gone overseas where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing in the where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took with that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And they got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Eat the cat.
Drop that cat.
Definitely appreciate you, bro. So shout out to TD. TD said, I have to call in because this is a really good conversation to have. I agree, but I'm not in position to call up right now. Dad, well, no, I'm just no, I'm just playing. Hey, look, we need to write this one down and then have it for next time we do Just Talking in about 4 or 5 months. You know what I'm saying? But let me see. Hold on real quick, because I had a little something that I had wanted to say about it. Let me see. Hold on real quick. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say, right? So check this out, right? I think that most people are really delusional about this, and it's very bizarre. And to me, it shows just the intellectual rerouting, right? Like the intellectual and emotional state of being lost that people are in. You got a bunch of people that sit there and talk about how great they make the United States, right? They make the United States great. They attach the United States to their identity, right? But then at the same time, literally all they do is talk about how they want the United States to fail, right? They want the United States to fail. Now, mind you, at the same time, this group of people has not shown a capability of being able to influence the United States in a way that they're influential or powerful enough to make the United States fail. However, people take shelter and domicile here in the United States, right? So it's very interesting how this nonsensical ideology that circulates amongst a lot of these people. They love the United States. They attach the United States to themselves, but then at the same time, they want the United States to fail. There's not anybody who would be in a good situation if the United States failed. I have issues with certain things about the United States, but I don't want the United States to fail. And in order for the United States to not fail, the United States needs to have, a competent, or at least appears to be a competent leader, right? So, when I listen to a lot of people, I'm kind of confused when I listen to what it is that they want, right? I feel what TD is saying. You need a person that's in charge, that's a leader, that has an iron fist. Now, let me ask you guys, everybody that doesn't like America, everybody has an issue with America, right? How many of you all are capable to live in a collapsed America or somewhere else in 6 hours? So my question is, if you're not capable and set up to live somewhere other than the United States or to survive in a collapsed America in 6 hours, why are you rooting for America to fail? What are you going to do? If you can't survive and you have, listen to this, I want y'all to understand this. These people here, you know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of us seem to have an issue fighting our way out of a wet paper bag in America with America fully civilized. Imagine dealing with America without the amenities of America. Y'all are done. You're not starting a fire in the middle of the woods. You don't even know how to rub two sticks together and start a fire. You're not purifying water from a stream or a river. Now, shout out to Maine. Maine says, I don't really care what happens to the United States. Now, here's my question. Are you capable? Are you prepared and capable to live without electricity for the next 30 days in 5 minutes if you don't have electricity anymore? Because I'm gonna just be 100% honest. I call bluff on anybody that says this. I call bluff. I call bluff. No one wants the United States to fail. Now, shout out to Maine. Maine says no, and if that's my fate, then shall it be. Now, it's real easy to say that when death ain't staring you in the face. And now I'm going to tell you something. When death is staring you in the face, you might not even realize it, but your tune tend to automatically change. Let me ask y'all this. Shout out to y'all. How many people in the chat have actually looked death in the eye? At the very least once. You ever look death in the eye? You ever actually been about to be off of the planet and then somehow miraculously you weren't? How many people that ever happened to? Because I'm going to tell y'all something. I've stared death in the face many times. I would say probably like 6 times in my life. And somehow I survived. And I'm going to tell you, up until the moment when I could feel death's breath right on my face, I was, you know what I'm saying, like whatever. When I could feel death's breath on my face, I wasn't whatever anymore. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to just keep it a buck. I wasn't whatever anymore. And now here goes my thing, right? When people say, numerically, is America failing? Listen, shout out to TD. TD said there was this one time when I thought I was legit cooked, and I'll say this much: everybody claimed they ready to die until it's time to die, bro. Listen, man, and listen, bro. I don't know how. I'm telling you, I've looked death in the eye more than once, and I'm telling you, each time I took death, each time I looked death in the eye, that shit I know for a fact that shit took some life off. Like that shit took some life off, because that shit was so, like, it was so stressful and scary. It was pain. Like, that shit was painful. It hurt. You know what I'm saying? And I think because I've had so many encounters, like, it's not normal to have that many encounters with death. I think that's one of the reasons why I value time so much. You know what I'm saying? I think that's one of the reasons why I value time so much. Hold on real quick, y'all.
That quote is so funny because until the end, it sounds like he's describing the United States. The US is a police state where every year on average, police kill more than 1,000 people. The US has less than 5% of the global population, but roughly 25% of all prisoners on Earth. And we know that the US National Security Agency, the NSA, spies on everyone all around the world, including heads of state. This was exposed by the NSA whistleblower Edward.
Now here goes where everyone is going to be mad at me, right? This is where everybody's about to be mad at me. This is where everybody's about to be mad at me. Literally no one who's in the United States wants to leave the United States for the most part. And when I say wants to leave the United States, I'm talking about completely detach yourself from the United States. People can be passport bros and people can go to different countries and do all this kind of stuff. I'm going to just be, this is the real shit right here, right? The emotional nature of a lot of the people that we deal with is the reason why many of us cannot come to grips with the reality that the United States of America is the country in the world that's best suited for people to live in, and people benefit from living in the United States. Anybody that tries to sit there and say, oh, you a coon for that, none of these motherfuckers have ever been anywhere else and tried to set up a life anywhere else. And these are the same people that if you do leave somewhere and try to set up a life somewhere else, will be the first person to say you fled and let me check your hairline. You know what I'm saying? It's the dual reality shit. It's the emotional torquenomics. These are torquenomics. You know what I'm saying? That people use. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing restricting anybody from leaving the United States. So if the United States is the worst possible place that anybody should be, why is nobody out of the United States? And here's my place. Here's my question. Where's the place that's better that you can go to, that's easily adoptable, that you can set up and live in the United and live and adopt and do better than you can in the United States? There's two sides of the thing, right? Like, the United States might be an evil and corrupt country, but people benefit from that evilness and that corruptness. You know what I'm saying? Now, here's another question, right? How is the United States failing? And what is the United States failing at? That's my question. See, here's the thing, right? This is the problem, right, with this situation. When it comes to these type of situations, right, the YouTube content creators on YouTube have created an environment of where things are so centric all discussions take place as if we're the only people on the planet. And that's not the case, right? So now, if the United States if the United States has different outcomes for a majority of people in the United States, why would anybody care what goes on with us as a metric of whether the United States is failing or not? Nobody cares. Nobody's going to look at what's going on with us and say that the United States is failing. People are going to look at us and say, you're a failure. You're the failure. You're failing. You're failing. You know what I'm saying? Your kids aren't graduating. You're failing. There's not, family units. You're failing. You're coat hangering babies at a staggering rate. You're failing. This is what people are going to say. Now, here's my question. How do you rebut that? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to TD. TD says, people think that they are ready to live in the Walking Dead type scenario, minus the zombie. Trust me, 99.99999% of us are not. Yeah. Yeah, I would agree. 100%. Most people aren't. Like I said, most people can't start a fire. You know what I'm saying? And, and most people don't, most people don't even do things that are conducive to learning that type of stuff. Like, not a lot of people go fishing. Not a lot of people go camping. Not a lot of people go hiking. Not a lot of people do a lot of that stuff. And you would get a lot of them type of skills, you know what I'm saying, if people did that as a pastime. But a lot of people don't do that as a pastime. Now, here go the question. Why don't people do that as a pastime? You know what I'm saying? Right? But I think that the emotional attachment to certain ideas, that shit is gonna keep sinking people, man. It's gonna keep sinking people. Here's my question for everybody. If you decided to leave the United States in 4 hours, what's your plan and model for success somewhere else? And where would be the place that has the highest likelihood of you being successful? The people have the biggest problem with the United States because of the idea of racism and because of things that, happened to our ancestors. My question is, if people had a problem with that shit, why didn't people fix it? Why haven't people fixed it? If the problem is so big that we got to emotionally outburst, I hate the United States. Okay. Well, let's get it then. Like, let's get it popping. Let's deal with the shit. You know what I'm saying? Let's get the avengement on. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Maine. Maine says, you don't plan to leave anywhere in 4 hours, but I'm true to myself and will work on it. But here's my thing, though. The circumstances are not always planned. There's not always a planned circumstance. Most circumstances aren't planned, right? So the thing is that you might have to leave suddenly. I mean, emergencies don't happen. Sudden situations don't happen. Storms don't blow up. Earthquakes don't happen. Like, yeah, sometimes you're right. You don't plan to leave somewhere in 4 hours, but then sometimes you do. And then other times you have to leave instantly. So my question is, in any scenario, where are you going? You know what I'm saying? And, not asking in a hostile way. I'm just curious. Where do you think that the best probability of success would be? And again, that's not a question just for Maine. That's for anybody can answer that. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, get you a passport. It's only $135. Facts. A lot of people don't even have a passport, so they might think they're going somewhere. They're not even going nowhere. You know what I'm saying? Oh, no, you're not going nowhere. You ain't got no passport. Now, if I had to leave and go somewhere in 4 hours, I'm going to leave and go to Canada in 4 hours because Canada is 4 hours from my house. Canada speaks English. I'll be able to easily integrate into Canada, right? But here goes my thing, right? Everybody that has the issues with America, they have the issues with America because American culture. But you're bringing American culture with you where you're going. You're not going to go to one of these countries and then turn into their culture. I mean, maybe you might. That's one of the problems that people have. There's this unique issue that seems to also plague people, right? And there's this issue that people seem to think that, you know, if you deal with a partner or friends or anybody that's not, you know, the same culture as you, it's really weird how there's this issue specific to us that people tend to try to want to adopt the other person's culture. You don't really see that anywhere else, and it's really weird. So I don't know if people would do the whole chameleon thing when they went or not, but you are embodying what you hate, and then you're taking that and spreading it to other people. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't like America, you don't like American culture, you're American, and you carry American culture with you like a disease, and that's inescapable. And then you're going to take that and bring it to somebody else. Wherever you go. So now my thing is, if you don't like American culture and you don't like America and you have the stench of that on you and you bring that with you to somewhere else, what do you think people are going to do when you show up? So my question is, how would people deal with that? Because I'm going to be 100% honest. I don't know if people realize this, but there's like this echo chamber in the United States where a lot of people, not saying no names, right? A lot of people think that just because they look at themselves as not American and they project onto everybody else that everybody else looks at them like they're not American, you're going to get a reality check when you go somewhere else. Here go the reality check that people not going to be able to stop. Everybody looks at you like you're an American and they're going to call you American. They're going to say you're an American. And you're going to be mad as hell because you've been gaslit to believe that, oh, you know, like we ain't American. We something else. Nah. Go to one of these other countries and see what they call you. They're going to call you American. You an American. You a Yankee. That's what they're going to call you and shit. Motherfuckers don't have no international experience and shit. You know what I'm saying? People be telling hood tales about motherfucking, you know what I'm saying, Bali, Indonesia and shit. Nah, take your ass over there and see what they do. Anywhere. Go to Russia, anywhere. Even, you know, African countries, anywhere. They're going to call you American. Only here in the United States, people self-gaslight. You know what I'm saying? To be able to, you know, entrench themselves in particular political issues and narratives that somebody's not going to call you American, that you're going to get called American. And then you're going to be outraged because you're going to be culture shocked because you ain't never dealt with people and how they deal with Americans. Because in America, we got a different dynamic. I'm not trying to be, and in many cases, like a lot of people, just, you know what I'm saying? Like some people be cool and some people be welcoming, but a lot of people, you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people don't really want no Americans over there where they at. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Karen Dorsey. Karen said, I would try South Africa. Listen, I'm going to be 100% honest. Like I said, you know, I lived in the Midwest all my life. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to move to New York. I don't want to move to California. Like, I don't want to move to the South. Like, I don't want to leave the Midwest. Like, I like the Midwest. You know what I'm saying? I definitely don't want to move to another, you know what I'm saying, to another country. You know what I'm saying? And it's not because like I just love America so much. I'm just practical. Now, if you ask me, right, I don't understand what's the wealth distribution like in South Africa. Let's start there. And then, you know, how, you know, I hope them people in South Africa don't watch too much YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, y'all go over there to South Africa, y'all gonna have a lot to answer for with a lot of shit that be said and going on YouTube. I'm just saying, y'all gonna have to y'all gonna get hit with the interrogation. You know what I'm saying? Oh, y'all some Black Americans, huh? You know what I'm saying? Let's I got a little playlist I gotta ask you about. before you sit your ass down and move here and think you about to get comfortable. You know what I'm saying? You know, they might mess around and call you a tether. You know what I'm saying? They might hand you the YouTube tether playlist and say, yo, explain this shit right here before you get comfortable. You know what I'm saying? And that's before you even deal with any of the bores. What y'all gonna do then? Explain this playlist right here. Tether. Then you become the tether. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna be like, nigga, I got these tether playlists for you. Explain this shit. What is this? Tether. They call us a tether. You tether nah. Oh yeah. You know what I'm saying? That conversation gonna take place. I don't want to be around for that one. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said there are some Black South Africans who see eye to eye with Black Americans when it comes to West Africans. I heard it's a lot of xenophobia in South Africa and not a lot of borophobia. You ever heard of agoraphobia? I want to know why there's not a lot of agorophobia. You know what's crazy? You know how they talk about the colorblind society? I think that Black people are the most colorblind people because Black people really act like they don't see problematic white people. People really act. Look, again, this is why I keep asking, what's the wealth distribution down there? Carlton crazy. Carlton said the South Africans want to know why we blame them for eating cat. We don't eat cat. Why you say we eat the cat? You're crazy, president. Trump said we eat cat. Yeah, Maine. Shout out to Maine. Maine said unbalanced, apparently. Now, here's my question, right? So let me ask this. Is South Africa succeeding more than the United States? I mean, shout out to Maine. Maine said, guess South Africans love them. I mean, he's a South African, right? Elon Musk is a South African. Hey, and listen, here go the thing, right? You can't come down on them for loving Elon Musk too much. You can't come down on them for loving Elon Musk too much. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of people up here to love Trump. A lot of people up here to love Biden. You know what I'm saying? I think that's just a little, that might be a genetic thing. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of people out there that say they like their white supremacy a certain kind of way. You know, I'm the only one that said I like mine in a casket or in an urn. Everybody else like theirs with a heartbeat, you know what I'm saying, which is strange to me. But, that's a lot of shit with me is strange. You know what I'm saying? Shit, call me Dr. Strange. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Cameron. Cameron said they outnumber the Europeans in that country more than 9-1. What they doing with it? What they doing with it? You know what I'm saying? What they doing with it? They doing the same thing they did in Tennessee. Somehow the comptroller got all the money. In Tennessee, somehow the comptroller got all the money. I think they outnumber them in the little area in Tennessee where the comptroller got all the money too. What's going on with all these problems, man? What's up with all these problems? How did comptroller get the money? I did a video about that. Now, again, right? If America is a failing nation, so we're leaving America because America's failing, is South Africa doing better than America? Me personally, I don't know. I don't know if it is or not. I don't just based on the indicators that I would look at, I don't think so. Shout out to Carlton Wade. Carlton Wade said lack of organization. That's what hey, man. Hey, that's what people want. People want to be running around like some lost ass ducks bumping into each other like a game of marbles and shit. That's what they want. They've been, you know, people been given the option and people choose the option that they choose. So that's what they want. Stay unorganized. We're going to stay sloppy with it. You know what I'm saying? That's the move right there. Sloppy 2025. Hashtag sloppy 2025. You know what I'm saying? What the hell I'm doing? You know what I'm saying? The navigation just keeps saying rerouting and shit. That's what we do in 2025. That's going to get us far. You know what I'm saying? Behind. But what I'm saying, listen, man, this is what I'm trying to tell people, man. Take my advice. You know what I'm saying? And you know, like, don't, you know, when I start asking questions like this, like, don't take it like personal. You know what I'm saying? Like, please don't. And shout out to Patrick. Like, that's why I appreciate Patrick, because, you know, like don't take it personal. This is the kind of stuff, if you ask me, like, these are the things, like, this is the stuff that's keeping people back. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be funny, man. Listen, so what? Deion Sanders, he went from Jackson State to what? Colorado University? If you ask me, going from the United States to South Africa is like going from Colorado University to Jackson State. Who would do it? Shout out to my man Bronze the God. What's good with you, bro? Happy Black History Month. We about to make history this month. You know what I'm saying? We're going to double our cryptocurrency holdings. You know what I'm saying? Now, here go my thing, right? Also, if the United States, listen, if the United States is failing, right, and the standards of whether you're a tether or not is if you can't get it, quote unquote, popping where you at, if the United States is failing, then it falls upon us to get it popping, because allegedly that's what separates us from other people, right? So if we know that the United States is failing, then we have to get it popping or die, right? So we got to get it popping. I be trying to show people how to get it popping every day. Go buy you some Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? But that's the rules, though. If that's the rules. If you're in a dire situation, if you don't get it popping, for one, you must not be FBA. And for two, if you decide to leave, you know what I'm saying, you're not allowed to do that. Now you fall into the category of a tether. And then you're going to go to South Africa and be in South Africa talking about America is dope. This how we do shit over here. We listen to rap music over here and we call ourselves black. In South Africa, they call themselves, you know, some of the black people call themselves colored over there. And black people don't like that shit here. You know what I'm saying? They have a whole fit about it. But that would be us forcing our culture on them. You know what I'm saying? So how does that work exactly? These ain't my rules and shit. Like I don't abide by those rules. But these is the popular rules on YouTube that, you know what I'm saying, the majority of people adhere to and abide by in its religion and its law. So we have to apply those rules. So how did that work? That's my question for y'all. Like, you know what I'm saying? You see it? I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. You know, I guess what would that be? I guess that's just me being on code, you know what I'm saying? Making sure shit is zeros and ones, right? Like the Reaper saying, huh? You know what I'm saying? Oh man, that shit is hilarious, man. Hey, look, listen, man, you got to have fun. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta have some laughs and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like you cannot be in a 24-hour state of just, You know what I'm saying? Like, I gotta be on this shit all the time. Like, man, you know what I'm saying? Like, nah, you know what I'm saying? We're not gonna take ourselves too serious and have a heart attack. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna have a good time. Shout out to Catsy. What's good with it, Catsy? Catsy said, use their rules against them, flip the narrative. I be saying that all the time. I say it all the time. It's a matter of the necessity for a change agent, right? The necessity for a change agent. Shout out to Maine. Maine said Tariq really fucked up things. They call me a tether sometimes. Hey, listen, can you judge what the people decide and who the people decide to make great? The people always choose the most qualified, right? And the best to make great. You know what I'm saying? And those are the standards. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's why they call it the grassroots. Shout out to my man Hurricane. What's good with it, bro? That's why they call it the grassroots. That, you know what I'm saying? They choose who they make great, and they choose who they don't make great. And if you're somebody that they don't choose to make great, then you just ain't shit, and you're jealous of everybody that they do make great. And like you said, and on top of it, you a tether. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? There's that. That's the icing on the cake. You know what I'm saying? They take that pastry dispenser and get the chocolate icing and just write it in cursive and icing. You know what I'm saying? Got the cake mix on there, the yellow cake. You know what I'm saying? A nice little thick icing, and then you know what I'm saying, just in the detailed part, just cursive writing on there, tether. That's the icing on the cake. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Hurricane IQ. I appreciate you, bro. Make sure y'all show Hurricane IQ some love for standing on business for 17 months. Definitely appreciate you, bro.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Shout out to Catsy. Catsy said, if Trump, Harris, Biden are the best we have to offer, then we have some serious issues. We do. Listen, let me ask you this question. I was about to say, actually, what other job haven't we imported? We got to import all the damn jobs. You see, they talking about getting these engineers from China. It's not any Americans that's qualified to do anything. Shit, they imported Barack Obama, and they had another import, Kamala Harris. They imported their asses. They had They had an import candidate and an import actual president. So it's not the qualification drought is real. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Bronze God. Bronze God said, I got caught. I said, listen, man, I'm gonna tell y'all something about my nigga Bronze God. Listen, shout out to Bronze God. That boy is Bronze God, grind and motivate. Man, them boys is more FBA than anybody that's ever tried to establish and prove themselves as FBA on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? This is a swamp ninja. Like, get the where these niggas be? Where do these niggas be coming from? You know what I'm saying? Bronze guy said, I got called a tether on X the other day. Like, bro, I'm from Louisiana. If anybody FBA is me. Facts. This Bronze God is a swamp nigga. Swamp nigga. Swamp nigga. Swamp nigga. You know what I'm saying? Do. Bronze guy walking in the room like do. Ah, do. My name Bronze God. You know what I'm saying? Represent Louisiana. do. See, look, this is what I'm saying. Like, this is what I'm saying, man. And people ain't gonna like this, man. You don't have none of that. Oh, we don't know this and we don't know that with the Southern hip hop. Ain't nobody questioning nothing about no 8-Ball and MJG. Nobody questioning nothing about Master P. Nobody questioning nothing about Scarface. Nobody questioning nothing about Lil Flip. Nobody questioning nothing about UGK, Slim Thug, Mike Jones. Nobody questioned Midwest. Nobody questioned Do or Die. Nobody questioned nothing about Bone Thugs and Harmony. Ain't no questions. It's only questions In New York, they got 100 ethnicities up there in New York. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. Listen, man. 8 Ball of MJG, 3-6 Mafia. You know what I'm saying? Like, Bone Thugs, like, ain't none of us finna sit up here argue with no Fat Joe and no Busta Rhymes. That's what's going on in New York. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. Yeah, they gonna do that. They do it now. Shout out to Carlson. They do it now, bro. They do it. They say it about New York, which is BS, because most of the black people in New York are like watch American Gangster, where Frank Lucas family was from. Michael Jordan, you know what I'm saying? Tupac. That is what I'm saying. Like, they don't. I be questioning a lot of these people because they don't even be knowing what is you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like, who you think who you think made Harlem pop? Who you think made Brooklyn pop? Like you know what I'm saying? Like the Wayans family. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and then like the thing is that in certain places these people online, bro, nobody names like none of the places. You know what I'm saying? Like, now you can't say like New York City as a whole. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's certain little areas, like, you know what I'm saying? Like Corona, Queens. You know what I'm saying? Or like Red Hook. You know what I'm saying? Or like Washington Heights, a bunch of Dominican people. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't even be saying the right stuff on. Like, I be questioning a lot of this stuff. Like, man, where is these people actually from? That be trying to question where everybody else is from, because y'all really don't be saying too much of anything proving anything. You know what I'm saying? And they do it now. But see, here's where it breaks down though. They can break that shit into regions as much as they want to, but now what you've done is you've set up where you really can't, like, you've set up where you put yourself into checkmate, because now it's two regions that you can't question for real. You can't question the South and you can't question the Midwest. And the Midwest is bigger than people give credit for it. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you talk about the Midwest, you're talking about going all the way up to like Ohio, all the way down to like Missouri and Arkansas and shit. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Cameron. I don't think anybody does either. I think it's just stupid as fuck that when people don't have a rebuttal to a talking point, the first thing that they dumbass do is expose their low IQ by calling somebody a tether instead of actually addressing the point. I don't think that, not only do I think that it's I don't think that there's any problem with us identifying ourselves. I don't think anybody in the rest of the world, and a large majority of us who are not on the internet, even give a flying fuck, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that there's anyone that actually gives a shit other than the people on YouTube and maybe people who are actually politically entrenched, like Dr. Claude Anderson. The rest of everybody else, no one even gives a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to the Buffalo part of the Steel Belt. You know, Buffalo, Western PA, you know what I'm saying? Eastern Michigan and shit like that. Indiana. You know what I'm saying? And like, here's my question for anybody. Who has come out and said you're not allowed to identify yourself as XYZ? Who said that? I don't think that there's anyone that has any kind of resistance to Black Americans, you know, self-identifying or whatever. You know what I'm saying? prolapsed a white girl last. She said she wanted the fist. What? Prolapsed? You prolapsed her. Oh damn. Shout out to Cameron. Cameron said, "We are the people that everyone else has to hitch to their civil rights issue in order to give it legitimacy." Now, here goes my question. Who held the crowbar? Yeah, I mean, I guess the uterus and all that shit fell out. Good God, bro. Take it easy. You know what I'm saying? Take it easy. What? Now, did they get invited to them civil rights issues? Yeah, he said he prolapsed her. I guess tore the guts all the way out. Like, you know what I'm saying? The motherfuckers was they was hanging out like the butcher shop. Okay, bro, good for you. You know what I'm saying? I hope you got like an alibi and all that in case, you know, in case you don't survive. You know what I'm saying? shout out to Litter. What's good with it, bro? Oh man. But yeah, though, man, like, you know, my thing, like, we look at this shit right now, right? And we see who doing the shit right now. The same way that people invite people to the N-word, people invite them to the barbecue too. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why people do that. You know what I'm saying? I remember back in the day when people would call you a coon if you didn't necessarily rock with other minorities. You know what I'm saying? Because I never really rocked with other minorities per se, because I always knew that a lot of them minorities, for one, you know what I'm saying, I knew how they racially identify. And for two, I always noticed that they was weird as far as, like, you know, how they have certain sentiments. So, you know, I just, you know, that's cool. And you know what I'm saying? It'll be another black person that'd be like, well, you know, I mean, they you know, that person almost white. Like, what? Or that person almost black. Like, how is somebody almost black? If Fat Joe need to get slapped, Snoop Dogg need to get slapped too. But ain't nobody talking about Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg gave Martha Stewart the N-word pass. He basically invited her to say the N-word right on the show with him and Martha Stewart. But ain't nobody saying anything about Snoop, because Fat Joe popping right now. I don't really give. I'm not, and shout out to you, Cameron. You know you're my man, so don't think that I'm not coming at you. All right, I'm just saying this as a general statement. I'm gonna be 100% honest. I don't give a fuck about that Fat Joe issue. I don't give a fuck about that Fat Joe issue the same way I don't give a fuck about half of motherfuckers about to be broke for not having no cryptocurrency, because Fat Joe been an issue forever. This motherfucker been an issue forever. You know what I'm saying? When him and 50 Cent was beefing, he was sitting up there like trying to racially divide that shit, trying to create friction between black people and Latino people. You know what I'm saying? But as usual, motherfuckers ignored that shit. You know what I'm saying? Prodigy been talking about Fat Joe. Ain't people ever noticed? Fat Joe made a song with Dahlia. You know what I'm saying? The only people that he put on for the most part is the Terror Squad. You know what I'm saying? It'd be a lot of lack of situational awareness. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel sorry for people with their lack of situational awarenesses anymore. I never have, but now it's just a matter of, if you don't have situational awareness, if you don't have street smarts, and you come banging about some shit that been an issue for a long time, you finna get roasted by me. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna get the little booty pat, and I'm gonna, like go ahead and like, yeah, this nigga Fat Joe doing this. Nah, I'm gonna be looking at you like you crazy, like you part of the problem. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all sat here and let this fat fuck sit around and talk shit for a long ass time. Y'all part of the, you know what I'm saying? Like y'all part of the problem. Like y'all did that. If somebody had dealt with him appropriately at the beginning, the first time he said something suspect, you know what I'm saying, and kept on doing it every time he did it, and operantly conditioned his obese ass to not be acting like that and not be saying that type of stuff, then he wouldn't be doing that. He wouldn't be saying it. But everybody sat around and wanted to have Smucker's jelly for a backbone. And now in 2025, everybody, he did this, he did that, he did this, he did that. You know what I'm saying? That motherfucker Ben did this and did that. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck about that Fat Joe shit now. He been a problem. You know what I'm saying? And listen, man, shout out to everybody making money off that Fat Joe shit on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody making the Fat Joe, the money about Fat Joe with the videos and shit like that. But y'all late, man. Y'all late. Y'all late. Y'all late. I always ask, I'm like, yo, man, what's up with this dude using the N-word? All like that. Because, you know what I'm saying? Like, Fat Joe never looked like a black dude. And he never even really looked like the type of Puerto Rican that would be the type of Puerto Rican that you would see around the way with some of your peoples. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just like, yo, man, what's up with this white dude saying the N-word all the time? You know what I'm saying? This mind you, listen, I'm gonna tell y'all something, man. All these people on YouTube that's making these videos about Fat Joe and all that, these motherfuckers can't even name a Fat Joe album and shit. They don't even know none of the beefs that Fat Joe got. You know what I'm saying? Cuban Links been making videos going the fuck in on Fat Joe. You know what I'm saying? Because Fat Joe fucking don't do people right, and he even robbed his own people. You know what I'm saying? Big Pun ain't even had no, you know what I'm saying, nothing to eat off of. And everybody just sat around and let that shit happen. Now, I'm not saying that people need to go fight for Cuban Links and fight for Fat Joe, but I'm just saying it's the same shit with the Puffy shit. Like, and the same shit with the R. Kelly shit, the same shit with all this shit. Motherfuckers be knowing shit be going on, and then they just hit the no switching shit and the no snitching shit. Turn their motherfucking heads to some shit. Yeah, shout out to Carl. Fat Joe don't look like Fabulous. He don't look like Noriega. You know what I'm saying? And everybody a hip. There's niggas online making videos that wasn't even listening to like niggas had pacifiers in their mouth making videos about Fat Joe. Like, man, shut the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, you was like 6. Your parents ain't even let you listen to rap music. Fuck you making videos about this shit for, man. Shut your dumb ass up. You know what I'm saying? Young niggas making videos about this. Make videos about these niggas with these pink dreads. That's in your generation. The zest generation, the fruit generation. You know what I'm saying? We got this shit talking about these old cats. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Cat. Look, shout out to Cat. Listen, bro. Look, hey, like I said, man. Shout out to Patrick. Shout out to Cameron. You know what I'm saying? Like, go for it, man. Y'all got my y'all know I ain't religious, man, but y'all got my blessings. You know what I'm saying? And me personally, man, that, like I said, man, my thing is I'm about to buy up as much Bitcoin as I can, man. I'm that shit. Hey, man, it's motherfuckers that's not part of my pay grade. That's outside my scope of practice. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Good luck with it, though. You know what I'm saying? Like old boy told Blade, you know what I'm saying? Like, I catch the rest on CNN. You know what I'm saying? But my question is, why did everybody let Fat Joe? And this is why I'm gonna catch the rest on CNN. I can't rock with people that don't hit first. I can't rock with no bitch ass motherfuckers, man. I can't do it. I can't rock with somebody that's not gonna follow up after I steal on somebody, man. And man, it's a proof. It's a long legacy, a long track record of motherfuckers not following up after somebody steal on somebody, man. I don't know if y'all know what steal on somebody mean. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? If there's some people in here from the Midwest, y'all know what still on somebody mean. You know what I'm saying? I can't do it. And it's I got you back. Oh, I got you back way back. Nah, man, I ain't with that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not with that at all. So I can't do that. Like I can't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like I said with Fat Joe, it's so many people, bro. Listen, I could run down the list. Of people that should have been gone in on, people that should have been addressed, people that should have been checked. And instead of addressing them and checking them and going in on them, instead people decide to make these people great. I can't do it. I can't do that shit, man. I can't do that shit, man. I don't care what people call it. I can't do it, man. I'm saying I'm not about to, you know what I'm saying? I'm not about to, for one, I'm not about to do that. And I'm not about to encourage being late to the party, being late to the fight. Fat Joe been a problem. Everybody want to get at him because the algorithm on YouTube popping. I get your money, man. You know what I'm saying? Buy you some Bitcoin. No, they ain't going to do that. They're not going to buy the Bitcoin with the algorithm money, but get the money. Everybody got to educate everybody about Fat Joe, man. I already know about Fat Joe. Let me tell you only the education that you need to know about Fat Joe. If you ever get locked up with Fat Joe going to be sitting with the Latin Kings. That's the only education you need to know about Fat Joe. That shit don't take a video. See how long that shit was? It was like 5 minutes. That's all you need to know. Yeah, facts, Cameron. Facts, bro. But that's, you got it. One thing that people, if you ask me, one thing that people got to do is people got to understand that the outstanding traits that you have as an individual, you can't apply those to an entire group of people indiscriminately, because you will be ultimately disappointed. I remember that shit. Shout out to Catsy. That's hilarious. You know I ain't about to repent for a damn thing. If anything, I'm going to do some worse shit. That's hilarious. Yeah, man. But I you know, I ain't with again, like my question with the Fat Joe shit is how do people not see that? I always ask that, and it's a lot of rap artists that I like, man, that I kind of was like, yo, they don't see that Fat Joe kind of shady. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of the cats that did the John Blaze song, you know what I'm saying? Like Nas and Raekwon and all that. And then they did the Who Shot You shit, you know what I'm saying? With LL Cool J and DMX was on there. I'm like, Fat Joe, like they can't see like the imbalance right there. I can't like hey man, hey. You know what I'm saying? Like, and if you ever pay attention to Fat Joe's videos, it's always him and his gang, you know what I'm saying, of like, Boricuas or whatever, you know what I'm saying, like a lot of Puerto Rican cats. And the antagonist in his videos is always a black person or a black dude. Like his gang is always against a black gang or something like that. You know what I'm saying? And it's like y'all don't see that. And the thing is like, if you listen to the popular YouTube narrative, it's these corny ass niggas on YouTube and shit, man, that ain't never been nowhere talking about how shit go. It like Fat Joe is like really, really for real, like the only cat that's on that kind of shit. It's other niggas that's Puerto Rican that like was with a bunch of different people. You know what I'm saying? Like Lloyd Banks is Puerto Rican. You know what I'm saying? Like he was with G Unit and all them. You know what I'm saying? Noriega was with Capone. Noriega, Puerto Rican. You know what I'm saying? True Life, Puerto Rican. And you know what I'm saying? Like, him and Saigon, like them, they was tight. Like that was them two was like that they was like the thugged out version of Kid and Play. You know what I'm saying? But like Fat Joe was never cool really with nobody black like that. He had a lot of niggas that would guest star on his songs and make his songs pop, but like who was the black person that Fat Joe was cool with? You know what I'm saying? And now, like, and again, shout out to Cameron. Like, I want to make sure that, you know, Cameron, my man, 100 grand, like I said. But so, you know what I'm saying? I don't want, I'm not talking about Cameron in specific. So I don't want anybody to think like I'm going in on Cameron. But this is, I've heard other people say this, right? So I'm talking about the other people that have said this, not Cameron saying it, right? But people say that they don't listen to Fat Joe, man. They said they didn't listen to Fat Joe, man. They lying like a motherfucker, man. Motherfuckers was listening to Fat Joe. Fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? I ain't listening to Fat Joe, man. Get the fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? Fuck out of here. Motherfuckers made What's Love like the #1 song that summer. What's Love with Ja Rule and Ashanti. The fuck out of here. Everybody was bumping that shit. And everybody was bumping Lean Back that summer. You know what I'm saying? I ain't even never listened to Fat Joe. And the summer before that, everybody was bumping, y'all wanna live my lifestyle. Never sold a brick, never sold a never been in a crack house. Niggas was bumping that. That shit hit that was like the #1 song. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never listened to Fat Joe. Man, shut the fuck up. Who the fuck made that shit go platinum then? The fuck out of here. Niggas be lying. That's YouTube. I gotta be cool for you. Man, get the fuck out of here. Ashanti, what's love got to do with it, man? Get the fuck out of here, nigga. How many niggas made live streams lying saying they ain't listening? Man, everybody was listening to that shit. Even if you ain't buy the album, that shit was on the radio every 10 seconds. You know what I'm saying? Every 10 seconds. They wore the skin off of that song. When that song had first came out, I actually liked it. And then they played it. I didn't like it no more because they played it too damn much. I don't think he went platinum, bro. Shout out to Cameron. I don't think he went platinum. I think that song went platinum. I don't think that album went platinum. That song and Lean Back, I think the singles went platinum, but I don't think the song went platinum. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Leonard. Leonard said, I listened to Pun. I ain't never liked Joe. I never was really a big fan of either one of them. Pun had a couple cuts that I like, you know what I'm saying? Like that song I'm Laughing at You that I played on the live stream that one time, that was lit. And then he had this one song on Capital Punishment. It was it had the Terror Squad on it. I think Cuban Links was on there. It was like your man can't do it like me. He can't work the middle because his thing too little. That song was lit. That shit was funny as hell. And then it was another song that Pun made. But Pun has skills though, man. Like, just because I ain't really listened to his music or like that don't mean that he didn't have no skills, man. Pun definitely had talent. You know what I'm saying? He definitely was a talented MC. But you know what I'm saying? I didn't really I really didn't fuck with Big Pun or Fat Joe too much. Oh, you know, of course, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to be a player. You know what I'm saying? That shit was lit. Everybody like that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Need a chick with thick hips who licks her lips. She could be the office type or like to strip. Everybody, man, stop it. Niggas is too tough on YouTube, man. Niggas is too tough on YouTube, bro. I'm scared of y'all niggas, man. I'm scared of you. I'm scared of YouTube niggas, bro. You know what I'm saying? Niggas is too tough and niggas is too blacked out on YouTube for me. You know what I'm saying? Niggas is too tough and too blacked out on YouTube for me. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to John Guillory. Listen, and I'm gonna tell you now, What's Love? That shit. Listen, not only was that song lit, when it came on in the club, that shit was lit. That shit made the females act a certain type of way, which I was perfectly okay with, right? But the one song that Fat Joe did that he made by himself with no guests on it that I liked, I can't lie and say that I didn't like this song, was So Much More. So much more. I don't like Fat Joe, but that motherfucker put that shit together. I gotta unwillingly give my props to that shit. So much, the beat. I think Cool and Dre made that beat, man. That beat for So Much More is like that motherfucker won one time, and he won that shit with the So Much More. You know what I'm saying? But besides that, you know what I'm saying? I never really fuck with Fat Joe for real. I couldn't. besides just knowing, like, you know what I'm saying, certain interactions, you know what I'm saying, because he was from New York and certain New York MCs that I used to mess with, I really couldn't tell you too much about, like, you know, the Fat Joe library of music. You know what I'm saying? But I like I said, though, I never really liked Fat Joe because of how he carried himself. He just seemed real weird to me. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, you know, is other Puerto Rican or other Latino rappers that I like, that I listen to, and they didn't move like Fat Joe. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yo, this dude got he got a little weird issue. You know what I'm saying? He got a weird issue. You know what I'm saying? And my thing is this, like, man, why did cats work with him? Like, I like Nas is my man, you know what I'm saying? Like, man, that's one of my favorite rappers. But like, bro, like, why did you do the John Blaze cut with him? Like, why is y'all doing business with these funny acting motherfuckers, man? When people act funny, why do people do business with them? Shout out to Leonard. Leonard said he a plant. Fat Joe. Do you think? I don't know if he a plant. He might be. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Right. Shout out to Cameron. Cameron said Nas said he didn't like it. Why he do the song with him then? Sometimes I think Nas smoke a lot of weed. You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes Nas be kind of like, all right, bro, like, you okay. Oh yeah, Joel Ortiz is lit. I fuck with Joel Ortiz. He made a song with the remix, the hip hop remix with Saigon and Jadakiss. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to John. John said, yeah, Fat Joe always seemed odd to me because he always tried to act hard and he seemed soft to me. I totally agree. I never understood why cats work with him. Bro, not only is Fat Joe like he like you, just like, bro, you, and then like, look, man, like, what movie projects did this motherfucker do with any black people? You know what I'm saying? He did Empire with the dude that was Billy Blanco from Carlito's Way. I just what I'm saying, like, man, how do people not notice this stuff? Like, Fat Joe is one of them ethnic people that for real only work with his ethnicity unless he can make money off of you. That shit was blatantly obvious to me in my teenage years. How did people not see it? This is why I don't fit. This is why, oh, Rob, when you gonna make a stream about I'm not gonna make a stream about the Fat Joe shit because I don't give a fuck about it, man. People got to start falling on their face and busting their nose open in order to start noticing stuff. Shout out to Cameron. Cameron said he need to work with an Ozempic. I think he got a tummy tuck for real, for real. Shout out to Dwayne. What's good with it, bro? But at the same time, this is one of the reasons. Listen, man, this is one of the reasons why exclusivity is so important, man. People gonna learn about this all lives matter shit. I mean, I'm not trying. People gonna learn about this all lives matter shit. Stop wanting to be friends with people so damn bad that you just give everybody the keys to your damn house, man. Oh, this is an art form. We can all share it. I know don't nobody like cryptocurrency, but I'm going to tell you one of the things that I like about cryptocurrency. Bitcoin is an open source platform that everybody has access to. Everybody has access to the Bitcoin network, but you keep your Bitcoin in a wallet and only you have access to your wallet. You need to keep your intellectual property in a wallet so that only you have access to it. As much as people are against Bitcoin, if you just looked at how Bitcoin moved, you could actually learn a lot. Now, look, man, listen, man, I don't know what to say, man. Listen, people gonna be mad, you know what I'm saying? Like, Why do people allow this stuff to happen, man? Why do people allow it to happen? People be sitting up there, bro. People be looking so stupid. They look so stupid nowadays. How do you even, like, when people have been given these N-word passes and just like stupid stuff? And listen, man, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, none of the logic even makes sense. I say the N-word because I grew up in the Bronx. You sound crazy as hell. So you say the N-word because you grew up in the Bronx. Well, guess what? I ate tacos all my life. Can I say the S-word? The fuck that got to do with anything? Let's ask this question, right? Let's ask this question. Can anybody tell me who's been issued a derogatory terminology pass in any other situation? Who's a person that I've been bestowed a derogatory word pass where I can say this word? Who's somebody else that got a derogatory pass from some other group of people? I mean, to me, like, it's just wild because like it shouldn't even be a question. You know what I'm saying? Why is that even a question? It's crazy because like the N-word is a derogatory term, right? Now, if you ask somebody, can I have an idiot pass to call you an idiot? An idiot is a derogatory term, but an idiot is not a racially derived derogatory term. Most people not gonna give you an idiot pass, but you mean to tell me you got some empty brain dumb dipshits out there that'll say, yeah, you can go ahead and just call me the most racially atrocious term in the entire world? I like, what? Shout out to Hurricane IQ. Hurricane IQ said no one. Facts. I grew up in the Bronx. I grew up this way. You grew up in the Bronx inside your parents' house. Did you hear your parents saying the N-word all the time? I ain't never gave nobody an N-word pass, man. Never. Look, they only listen, man. Some people only try that shit with certain people. You can kind of tell, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can kind of tell the people where I don't know that this shit might really be a problem if you know, I don't know, you know, I don't think so. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, nah. Shout out to John. John said the N-word pass is insane to me. My good friend is Mexican and he hung out around black folks most of his life and he never said it and never thought he could even, though we was crazy cool with him. Facts. And here go my thing, right? To me, if you not black, the way you gonna show me that you cool with me is if you don't try to impose some anti-black shit on me. Because I'm gonna listen, I got mad friends and, you know what I'm saying, family and all that shit, and people that I fuck with, you know what I'm saying, that's not black. No one that I fuck with that's not black tries to impose any type of anti-black shit on me. The same way I don't try to impose any type of anti-whatever they might be on them. I don't do that shit. And they don't do that shit to me. And if you try to do that shit to me, we instantaneously ain't cool no more because you're not actually cool with me if you're trying to do that. And I don't need to be cool with you. Shout out to Carlton Way. Carlton said, can someone give out the Bitcoin pass? Yo, facts. Go ask Eric Adams. Eric Adams said he got a lot of Bitcoins. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, he might have a couple. He might have a couple for you, bro. You know what I'm saying? Hey, listen, man. If Eric Adams if Trump don't give him a pass and Eric Adams end up getting put in jail, we could custody his wallet. You know what I'm saying? We can custody that fool wallet. You know what I'm saying? Get them Bitcoins, son. Bro, that's what I'm saying, man. They don't even be asking. Did y'all see when Kai Cenat did that with that girl on Twitch? He like trying to like telling her like say the N-word. She like, you're weird, basically. And then she end up turning around and saying it. I don't understand. Like me, like I for one, that's not even crossing my mind. You know what I'm saying? But like don't bring it up neither. Because if you bring it up now, you just completely change the whole mood. What? Oh yeah, I be saying the N-word. Oh, you do? You must not have said it around the right people then. Because if you said it around the people, if you said it around the right people, you wouldn't be saying it no more. And I'm one of them right people. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, nah. Nah. That again, it's with the Fat Joe shit, man. It's with the Fat Joe shit. People got to stop. Like, and again, right? Like, this is the business practice shit. Like, man, people got to start practicing good business. Like when you like, I don't know, man. Let me ask y'all this, right? What percentage of all of the mess going on with hip hop do you think could have been prevented? Because I don't think people talk about it in terms of that. And I think people should. Because if you ask me, a lot of stuff could have been prevented. The same people that put themselves into the civil rights movement and start kind of taking over stuff, you know what I'm saying? Somehow, you know what I'm saying? Like they don't never drop a 16 bar, but somehow they got 16 million, you know what I'm saying? And they got 16 record companies that they control and they signing your 16-year-old and somehow while they under their custody getting shot and killed, but still making money off these albums and shit like that. Like, I think a lot of stuff could be, you know, prevented. Me personally, like I'm not really with the narrative of, you know, oh, you know, like these people, this, that, and other. I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, when is it going to click for people that a lot of these people was antagonists? You know what I'm saying? A lot of people got a lot of issues. When people going to start moving defensively to deal with the issues that a lot of people got? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said in New York or California, you'll be fighting non-black people all day for using the N-word. Yeah. And see, like in them same non-black people, they come to the South or they come to the Midwest and they get a culture shock real quick because it's nah, bruh. You know what I'm saying? Nah, it's not a whole bunch of y'all out here. And most of us, like it ain't no most of us in the Midwest, in the Steel Belt, you know what I'm saying? In the South. You know what I'm saying? No, we Black American. So it ain't none of like our family actually, like our families actually was affected by that shit. You ain't about to come through here talking that crazy ass bullshit. You know what I'm saying? No. You know what I'm saying? No, it's no. I don't know what you talking about with that. I don't care. You from where, the Bronx, nigga? I don't care about none of that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man, they come, you know, they come to, you know, Memphis or, you know what I'm saying, like Arkansas, you know what I'm saying, Louisiana. It's not the same. Nah, because we don't have no areas where somebody grew up and said, oh, you know, I grew up here, I could say the end. Nah, it might be one or two that be around some clowns that might say some stuff like that, but like, man, for the most part, like on a widespread basis, you're not really gonna see that all like that. It's kind of segregated. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to John. John said, bro, I hung around with a lot of people from the Latin community and others, and they not used one time, though they could say the N-word. also they knew I was not the one to. Yeah, facts. And my thing is like, listen, man, like my friends and my family and people that I'm cool with that are not black, I never look to address them by an anti-ethnic or a racial slur. Who does that with people that you actually cool with and that you care about? You ain't cool with me and you don't care about me. If that defines our friendship, if you allowed to say the N-word or not, you sound crazy. What other friends do you have by that standard? You know what I'm saying? Like, look, man, I don't play with the games. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, like with me, like, bro, I size people up. You could, that to me, that's some bullshit. You coming to me with some bullshit, man, keep that shit pushing, man. I'm good on it. But the thing is, this is the problem though, man. Like most people are not good with it. Most people were like, nah, like, you know, like I'm gonna be your friend. Like, it's not like, nah, bro, I don't need you as a friend. Shit, the fuck. You know, in order for us to be cool, you gotta, you know, I gotta be able to say the N-word, man. You about to get your, man, you about to get what, man? You better go on somewhere, man. You better go on somewhere and try again tomorrow. They let the Fat Joe stuff get out of control. That's why I don't care about it. And listen, like, shout out to John, right? John said, I hung around a lot of people from the Latin community. Wait, hold on. It was the other post. And shout out to y'all. If y'all ain't hit the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, hit the like button. Also, if y'all haven't hit the bell, take a moment, hit the bell. Yo, listen, how many of y'all have ever dealt with, like, it'd be like black people that's like running interference and like, man, why, man, it's just a word, man. Like, what you mean it's just a word? It's just a word, man. Don't let the word. Nobody else has the standards of having to let or not let a word have power over them, and nobody's letting any word have power over them. Do you see me dominating to make sure that the word doesn't get said? That's me not letting a word have power over it. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not gonna say that word. See how that shit works? That's not the word having power because I smothered that word. And then you always like, why is it always some just some, you know what I'm saying, like some just dumb moron. Oh man, you know, man, it ain't that deep. It is that deep. It is that deep. Here's how deep it is. Let me say something, you know, anti whatever your ethnicity is about your grandma. Oh, you're gonna get mad because I'm gonna say something about your abuela, but you want to sit here and just frivolously use the N-word and try to justify it. You can say the N-word as long as you want to. Every time you say something about the N-word, I'm gonna say something horrible about your grandma. And you ain't gonna do nothing about it. No, you just ain't be like, I mean, why is this even a debate? Why are we debating this? I have a name. My name is Rob. Call me Rob. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't understand it. The rappers do it all the time. Listen, the rappers do it all the time. The rappers talk about selling crack too. Let me go watch you sell a rock real quick. Let me go see you get a rock off. You know what I'm saying? We're going to do everything that the rappers do. First order of business, I want to see you sell some crack. Go sell some crack. Go get you some crack and go sell it. Second order of business, I want to see you stick somebody up. We're going to do everything that the rappers do. I mean, this is ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous, man. And to me, like, if you ask me, like, man, it's a lot of inward past dynamics that go on in hip hop. And that's one of the reasons, like, man, as much as I love rap, I love rap, man. I love hip hop. I love hip hop music, man. I love hip hop. Not so much, you know what I'm saying, like the breakdancing and all that, even though breakdancing is dope, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, somebody that got some moves, you know what I'm saying? It's pretty cool to watch. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I like rap, you know what I'm saying? But like, I don't know what the problem is with rap. And I think that is, you know, it's a lot of problematic stuff going on with rap. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got clowns like that Adam Calhoun dude and Tom McDonald, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of rappers just letting that kind of BS slide. It's just wild to me, man. That conservative rap, that MAGA rap, you know what I'm saying? You got motherfucking Roseanne Barr with some blonde box braids in her hair and shit, looking weird than a motherfucker. Like, what you doing? You know what I'm saying? They just, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's more elements of this shit that's messed up than just Fat Joe. You know what I'm saying? People should have been addressed them cats like Tom McDonald and Adam Calhoun, clown ass rappers. Everybody, you know what I'm saying? Like, they coming after Fat Joe, which is cool. They late to the party. You know what I'm saying? But I guess, you know what I'm saying? I guess. But like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what's up with, all right, now, you know what I'm saying? Like, address Tom McDonald and all them. They want to tell motherfuckers the problem with rap music and shit. Oh, the problem with rap music is motherfuckers rapping about selling drugs and shit. You know what I'm saying? You look like you just got off a meth pipe first and foremost. You know what I'm saying? Second of all, you don't think that the problem with rap is who control the rap industry with your stupid ass? Now, your dumb ass to sit there and talk some stupid shit about them motherfuckers controlling the bank and shit, but your dumb ass don't have no problem with them controlling the rap industry and shit because you think that the rap industry should be controlled and shit. The fuck out of here. This motherfucking clown and shit. Listen, man, when it comes to people like Tom McDonald, listen, man, I'd rather listen to a motherfucker like Paul Wall or Riff Raff before I listen to some bullshit like Tom McDonald and Adam Calhoun. And I'm going to be 100% honest, man. I'll say that shit right to the motherfucker's face. Right to the motherfucker's face. Listen, Tom McDonald, bro, start making a lot of albums, bitch, because Trump just put tariffs on Canada. You know what I'm saying? Don't forget, motherfucker, you Canadian. Start making them albums, bro, because shit about to get more expensive up there. You're not American. I am. You know what I'm saying? Trump might put them tariffs on Canada. You might have Tom McDonald either singing, you know what I'm saying, either slinging crack rock or developing a wicked jump shot because you know his bitch ass probably can't dunk. Carlton said Ben Shapiro got bars. He did that WAP. He was talking about his own WAP when he was rapping about it. I bet y'all didn't know that. Bet y'all didn't know that. Ben Shapiro was talking about his own WAP. Yo, listen, man. I swear, people be exposing themselves, bro. People be exposing themselves. If you listen to when Ben Shapiro was breaking down the WAP, and you know what I'm saying, he was getting graphic into the graphic parts, and basically, you know, they was talking about, you know, like, you know, the wet, whatever, the wet. He said, like, is this talking about a disease? Motherfucker, you never made your wife or any woman that you ever been with wet? You don't know that that's how it's supposed to be? Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying, man. Shout out to Carlton. See, like, that's that strange flex shit. Strange flexes that have you out here looking crazy. Like, oh, I don't know. Is this supposed to be? Is this a disease? No. And then just the awkward silence after no. You know what I'm saying? No. It's not a disease, Ben. It's not a disease, my guy. And yeah, shout out to Hurricane. Hurricane said that's why he married a doctor. The doctor should have told him. She should have told him, just no. She probably lied to him and shit, though. That's probably why he don't know, how that's supposed to be. Oh, honey, I love you so much. You know what I'm saying? You don't love him that much. You know what I'm saying? Oh, it's supposed to be like that. It's supposed to feel like sandpaper, Benny. Don't worry about it. Nah, not really. You know what I'm saying? Your wife is engaged in medical malpractice if she's telling you some bullshit like that. The fact that you know what I'm saying, you're a grown-ass man and you don't know what certain textures are supposed to be, I don't know what to say about you, man. I don't know what to say about you. He said he thought it was a disease. It's not a disease, bro. It's not a disease. You know what I'm saying? It's called, that's what things are supposed to be like. You're married. You know what I'm saying? You never dealt with that? Never dealt with no slip and slide, homie? You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, all right. I wouldn't be going around on podcasts saying that shit. If I was you, I'll keep that to myself. You know what I'm saying? But whatever. Shout out to Hurricane. He wouldn't think about this, bro. He wouldn't use none of that because he don't think that's how he doesn't know that that's how it's supposed to be. He said, he said, L, what is this, a disease? So he wouldn't even know. Like, that's, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's supposed to be like that. So he wouldn't know that if it was feeling like sandpaper, it was something wrong. And you know what I'm saying? You need to, you know what I'm saying, do some things and fix it. So he wouldn't even know that. He wouldn't even know where to look. He wouldn't know what to do. You know what I'm saying? He wouldn't even know that anything was wrong. Just the way I like it. You know what I'm saying? Like dry. Like, excuse me? Are you a criminal, sir? You know what I'm saying? Just the way you like it, dry. That what do I know? Listen, like I always said, man. Everybody got fetishes. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not the person to judge anybody's fetish. You know, as long as your fetish is legal. You know what I'm saying? And as long as, you appropriate with it in the right place and, you know what I'm saying, keeping it between you and the person that you got the fetish with. I don't judge nobody's fetishes, man. I'm not mad at nobody's freak because everybody, you know what I'm saying? Everybody got their freak. You know what I'm saying? But, hey, that one there, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. You dry like rug burn. Yeah, like, don't you notice, like, the key ain't fitting in the door the right way? I stuck the key in the door and had to shake it twice to the left and shake it twice to the right and jiggle it a little bit, and I finally got it in there and turned it. Yeah. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. It's just weird, man. Like, that's when people be trying to. That's like when roasting goes wrong and shit. Like, you just do a whole roast routine and you kind of said some shit that you ain't really familiar with and turned around and roasted yourself with the shit that you said because you really wasn't versed on the subject. Oh my God, all this moisture and wetness. Like, I can't imagine. Really? Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to be funny, but like, you really shouldn't have to use your imagination. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're an adult male. You never, you don't know about any of that? Okay. Okay. He liked the women that do the construction work with the drywall. He liked the women with the hard hat. You know what I'm saying? They do the construction work with the drywall. You know what I'm saying? I'm good. I'm cool on it. You know what I'm saying? I'm cool on the drywall. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. I like my women working with drywall. Okay, bro. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's cool if they at Home Depot or some shit, but you know what I'm saying? That's not really shouldn't be like that with your wife, though. You know what I'm saying? Shouldn't be like that with your wife. These people will say anything. This is one of the reasons, like, just stop trying to hijack shit. Just do what you do. I never seen, you know, like this is what I'm, man, people got to start making these people pay when they try to hijack stuff. Got to start making them pay. I don't understand why there's like nobody comes with no type of consequences. Like, come on, man. Shout out to Hurricane. Hurricane said, fellas, no matter what, do not end up like Ben. I don't even know what to say as far as Ben go. I don't know what to say as far as Ben go. What y'all think? He's a weirdo. I think a lot of these people was weirdos. And like I said, like the thing that irritates me the most, I'm telling you, like, man, people really gotta like. Am I making myself clear when I say that people really have to, like, the way that things are going right now, the narratives that people use, like all of it, just everything. People gotta stop everything that's going on right now, throw all that stuff in the garbage, and people gotta come now in an accurate way where you're hitting the bullseye every single time. A lot of messages going forward. If you ask me, right? And I know this is gonna sound messed up. A lot of people ain't like really gonna be feeling this. A lot of the messages need to be diverted away from trying to communicate with quote unquote the greater majority of people. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, like I'm about to tell the community this message. Them days is over. Now what needs to happen is that fully capable individuals need to start going, like, I'm talking about going nuclear at particular targets. Because the thing is, like people just got to understand the reality. When it comes to like expecting support from the quote unquote greater community, there should be no there should be no expectation. You just got to have that reality and the understanding that you just got to go full cannonball by yourself. And if you find some people that rock with you and you find some people that support you, that's great. You know what I'm saying? Embrace them people, treat them right. You know what I'm saying? But you should not have an expectation. You got to have you got to go full cannonball. You know what I'm saying? To me, it's just bizarre, man. Like it's wild. Like people done made hundreds of videos about Fat Joe, like, and like don't nobody ever make no videos about Tom McDonald in them, man. I shout out to Torian. I think Torian might have made a video about Tom McDonald. I know me and Izzy roasted Tom McDonald and Adam Calhoun like mad times. I'm talking about people got to start like putting the emergency brake on the stupid logic that a lot of them people use, showing undeniable hypocrisy. I'm talking about hitting the bullseye, and you know what I'm saying, and exploding on contact every single time. Every single time. People got to start doing that. You know what I'm saying? Like for the most part, you know, as far as like trying to communicate with like the rest of everybody, you know, like, you know, who cares? Who cares? You know what you're there for. You know what I'm saying? Complete the mission. Because people are wishy-washy. And the thing is that it's not about them. For the most part, it's not about them anyway. The only way that they're tied into the situation is because in most times, you know, like they're just compliant with the situation, or they just clueless and looking for something to watch. And if you know what time it is, if you got the, you know, the focus lenses on your face, over your eyes and you know what targets that you got to hit, then you got to just hit them targets. And when I say hit them targets, YouTube manual reviewer, I'm talking about bullet points, paragraph objectives. Ain't nobody talking about nothing violent or, you know what I'm saying, nothing harming anybody or anything. We just putting that out there. Yeah, I would agree. Shout out to Hurricane IQ. Hey, you ain't never lied. Shout out to Hurricane IQ. Hurricane IQ said the majority would hold those individuals back anyway. So it's just better that they don't support. Facts. Look, man, like I said, my eyes have been open. My eyes have been open. And I can't even sit there and lie and be like, I like what I see. I feel better now that I don't for one, I don't like what I see. You know what I'm saying? And for two, I don't feel better. I feel worse because now that I see the actual reality of the way things is, it seems even more challenging of situations that we got to deal with when you already got limited resources on dealing with the situation the way that we perceive it right now. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Lady Patriot over on Rumble. What's good with it? We got a lot of stuff we got to deal with. You know what I'm saying? We got a lot of stuff to deal with. Now, I got a question for y'all, man. I got a question for y'all. This is y'all options for tonight. If y'all want to, we can do a call-in show on Tales from the Cryptocurrency. If y'all want to, we can do undocumented. Or if y'all want to, we can just do a regular Tales from the Cryptocurrency or undocumented call-in show. What y'all want to do? Shout out to Hurricane IQ. Hurricane IQ said I had to learn that the hard way, but now I know better. Yeah. Listen, I'm not even gonna lie, bro. Like I'm telling you, like when it comes to like I dealt with this before with the cryptocurrency stuff, but it's mind-boggling to me how anti-wealth and anti-locus of control and controlling your own fate so many people blatantly are. As much as people say they want to change the status quo, it's bizarre. It's bizarre, and the excuses, like in the weak rebuttals that people come up with, are even more bizarre. I don't get it. So you know, like my thing is, you know, I don't try to get it. You know, it just like it is what it is. But at the same time, like now people got to deal with, yeah, like I'm just gonna roast. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna start talking about the direction that the economy is going. And I want to ask you guys, what direction is the economy going in? What direction is the economy going in? Things getting more expensive or things getting less expensive? Now, think about this, right? The economy is moving in a particular direction, right? Things are getting more expensive. People already don't have any money. In addition to not having money, people still trying to get money that they're owed. Meanwhile, they're not getting cost of living raises. Meanwhile, they're not getting compensation for inflation. How's that supposed to work exactly? Where's the money going to come from? How are people going to sustain their lifestyle? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Hurricane. Hurricane said, "Yep, it's easier to talk about it than actually do it, bro." Facts. Bro. And listen, man, I be saying that all the time. Most people are too comfortable being puppets. They're scared of power, bro. Look, man, Hurricane IQ went away and came back on this. Hurricane IQ went away and came back on the same shit we on, man. Like it's just, I'm man. And look, bro, listen, here go the real thing, right? You can't even really be around everybody and have these kind of conversations. You got to be with it like this, like you can't have this type of conversation in every single chat on YouTube. You can't have this conversation with like every single content creator on YouTube. It's only specific places where you can actually be comfortable and just say what needs to be said without a filter. You know what I'm saying? And you know you're gonna be okay. You can't even that's how the situation is so bad. Like you can't even talk about this shit unless you're in a safe environment. Like y'all already know this is a safe environment, even if you don't agree with me. Right? You know what I'm saying? Even if you don't agree with me, if you cool, you come to the channel all the time, you know what I'm saying? You chop it up with us and all that. You know what I'm saying? You safe. You can't even have these type of conversations. And to me, that's what people need to do. It's a shame that we don't even that people don't even provide a platform for that. Everything is not always going to be the way that people feel it needs to be presented. That's not always the answer to dealing with some shit. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to John. John said, "You know, I'm 100% down with the regular Tales from the Crypto. Since I got to work tonight, like Dion, must be the money." Oh, man, that's hilarious. I was about to say the Nelly shit, but they mad at Nelly. You know what I'm saying? John said, "I see that at my job. People be looking at me crazy when I challenge my soup or what the job try to do. And all of them are older than me at 15 years. Bro, listen, this is what I'm saying, man. Like, I be doing this, like, I don't really have to deal with that at my job for the most part. But there was a time when I did have to deal with it. And like, I just used to be like, man, it would just be nice if like you punks would have my back. But you know what though? This is the problem, right? Like when you don't, this is the problem with not having no affluency. When you don't have anything, you have to be loyal to whatever is putting food in your stomach. So if you're not putting food in your own stomach, you know what I'm saying? Then you're subject to be loyal to who or whatever is, which creates an integrity issue. It creates a loyalty issue. It creates a loyalty issue. You know, I would not, you know, I don't like working here either, but you know, I would say something, but I got a family to feed. Okay, well then feed your family. Fuck you telling me for? What you telling me about you feeding? Go feed your damn family then. What that got to do with your job? See, that's the problem. Feeding your family is irreversibly tied with your job. If feeding your family wasn't irreversibly tied with your job, for the most part, you could do whatever you want to. You're not really on a leash or on a hook where you gotta, you're scared. You know what I'm saying? I gotta have this paycheck. Gotta have this paycheck. That paycheck does not come from someone that's invested in you. Your job don't invest in you. Proof that your job don't invest in you is that you got to take money out your own paycheck to put into your 401k. They don't invest in you. You got to invest in yourself. You got to invest in yourself. But people do not seem to want to change the situation. I don't know what to say about it, man. I honestly don't. That's why I said, you know, like the only thing for me, listen, man, my only goal is I'm just going to be buying up Bitcoin and other cryptocurrency assets like Solana and SRP or XRP. You know what I'm saying? Because I haven't convinced anybody. I shouldn't say I haven't convinced anybody. I haven't convinced a significant amount of people. About certain things or like about certain ways of the world. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, if you all just sit back and just sometimes like just let your brain rest, like go on autopilot. Look, shout out to Hurricane IQ. Hurricane IQ said, "Now I see why you go so hard for depopulation." Bro, look, man, everybody can't justify their being here. Everybody can't justify their being here. What are you contributing? Are your inputs greater than your outputs? If you're utilizing more resources than benefits that you're providing, what do they do at a job? You know what I'm saying? When they do the budget cuts. You know what I'm saying? At first, like I said, like a lot of like, bro, like I've always been like a dark person. You know what I'm saying? But like, it's like motherfucking like I'm like pitch black now. Yeah, they cut the facts. Because like I used to be one of the, like how TD was in the chat earlier. Shout out to TD, and he was talking about how like when he was younger, he was more optimistic about particular things. Shout out to Carlton Wade. Carlton Wade said Bill Gates is like, I like this Rob guy. Nah. You know what I'm saying? Because if you ask me, he's one of the people that had to justify some things. You know what I'm saying? But like I used to have an incorrect idea about people. And I made the fundamental flaw that a lot of people make. And the fundamental flaw that a lot of people make is that you have projectable integrity, you have projectable personality attributes, you have projectable work ethic. And you don't. Understanding yourself. See, like, I think that there's a lot of different stages of understanding reality. I never thought about this before, but I think that there is now. I think that, like, once you get to a heightened level of understanding, you begin to fully understand yourself, right? And then once you've, like, understood yourself at about a 99% rate, 98% rate, you kind of go out in the world from there and you do fairly well because you understand yourself and you think that that's it. But then as you understand yourself, you make the mistake and think that you understand humanity because you understand yourself. And then you find out the hard way, maybe a couple of times, that the excellence or the standard that you hold yourself to is non-existent in a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? It's non-existent in a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? Hold on real quick, y'all. All right, my bad. And so when you find out that it's non-existent in other people, you get angry for one, because you then realize that you're not going to be able to influence them in the way that you wanted to, right? And then you realize that they're not predictable based on a model of your expectations. And then, worst of all, you come to find out that they are the most resistant to the benefit that you want to provide. And then at that point, you know, the rest is history. You adjust. And in most cases, that adjustment does not look or sound pretty, but it's an adjustment that has to be made. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Cameron. Cameron said, as we get older, we become Squidward. Facts. You know what I'm saying? Shit's wild, man. Y'all had me on here for a long time, man. Y'all seen TD was mad. TD paid $20 to get me to shut up, and I didn't. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to y'all. Make sure you guys show these people some love, all right? Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for the stream sponsors, because y'all already know, without them, ain't no stream. Shout out to Karen, as always, showing love. Make sure y'all show Karen some love. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen, mod extraordinaire. Definitely appreciate Brooklyn Queen, always showing love. I'm telling you, she getting big gains, man. That's why she getting them big gains. That's why she throwing down them big bucks, man. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emojis, some ducks in the chat for Brooklyn Queen on the again side. Again! Shout out to my man Patrick. Definitely appreciate you, bro. Shout out to my man TD. Make sure y'all show my man TD some love. And shout out to my man Hurricane IQ. All right. Definitely appreciate you. And as always, ladies and gentlemen,